that. So the Gaurav Shankar is well known in the field of the finance and the developmental issues, and is a very great human being to support the young scholars, particularly from the marginalized the sections. He will walk an extra mile to support the young scholars, and I'm happy and proud that he's also alumni of the same school, School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. And we will welcome you, sir, for this technical session 2 to the chair. And we are having another co-chair, Dr. Nagaraju, Associate Professor from Telangana University. He is a senior faculty member with 20 years experience. Worked in various institutes, secretary. His last assignment was in the last assignment, he was also the deputation. He was in the CES. At the university level, he has had a capacity of the control of examination to head of the department of Telangana University, all that. So it's my pleasure, and he is also happy to be our alumni, the School of Economics. Who are, it gives me a pleasure and honor to invite Professor Nagaraju and Gaurav Shankar for this technical session. I think we have around 13 papers. I don't know how many of them present. I request the chair and co-chair to conclude sharply by 3:20 or 3:30, not later than that, because 3:30 the ICSR chairman and other the speakers would join us. So with that note, once again I thank both the chairs as well as the participants, and looking forward for the fruitful and insightful the discussion session. Over to you, Dr. Gaurav Shankar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Krishna, and very nice to meet you, Professor Nagaraju also. What we'll do, we'll just first take the note of people who are already present here. Accordingly, we can give the time. So I'll just call the name, so just let me know if they are available. Baswaraj B. Dr. G. Baburao. Okay. G. Ramulu.
Yeah, I think he's here only. He's offline. He's,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Sweetie Thomas. Okay.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
You are here. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ashish Kumar Meher.
Yes, sir, I am available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaino.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Kaiko is also here.
Yeah. Hema Sri.
I'm here, sir.
Okay. Dr. T. Sudarshan Reddy.
Sir, I'll be presenting on his behalf as well.
Benita P. Bose and Professor N.A. Khan.
Sir, I'm here, sir.
Okay, fine. Gargi Sarma.
Present, sir.
Okay. Mohammad Shamim.
He is also here.
Okay. Sunil Meher and.
Yes, sir, I am available, sir.
Okay. Shainala is here. Okay. So what we'll do, sir, Professor Nagaraju, that we can give some 8 to 10 minutes. Then you please conclude your major findings or major arguments, and there will be a couple of questions if from the audience or the chair or co-chair. That's all. So try to stick to your time within 8 minutes. So we'll inform you in advance so that you can conclude within a minute after that. Okay. So we'll start with. I think the first three are not there. Dr. Sweetie Thomas. G. Ramanu is here. No.
He will join, I think, a little late. We'll
Okay.
take his at the end.
Sure. Ashish Kumar Meher.
I think Sweetie Thomas will be there.
Yeah, Dr. Sweetie Thomas.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, can you go ahead? Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Sure. Please, thank you.
Sir, can I start with my presentation?
Yes, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. My topic titled is Food Security Alone Tribals of Kerala in the context of cash transfer scheme. It discusses about a preference analysis of the tribals of Kerala between public distribution system and cash transfer scheme. So to look at the backdrop of the topic, the primary objective of public distribution system from its origin has been to ensure food security, and it has got the paramount importance during the COVID pandemic time to ensure food security for during the lockdown and jobless situation for the people. PDS is defined as a social safety net which ensures the provision of essential commodities to the targeted population at subsidized prices. And here, the food security is assessed in terms of public distribution system. It is relevant to assess the PDS consumption and the reforms among the tribal households in Kerala in the context of 12th five-year plan, which emphasizes the expansion of Aadhaar numbers and opening up of bank accounts and linking the ration cards with the Aadhaar numbers. Even the ration card has got the relevance by the portability of the ration cards across the country. Here, the special emphasis is given to the tribal communities in Kerala since they are the more vulnerable group and faces deprivation in terms of land and resources. So, to discuss about some of the literatures, previous literatures, the authors Moore, Sasa, Nair has conducted primary survey among the tribals and Adivasis, and they have found that food insecurity ranks high, which is a result of the lack of required possession of land to cultivate subsistence produce. And SEVA during 2015 has conducted a pilot study and based on the randomized control trial, and they have compared PDS and cash transfer scheme among tribals of Madhya Pradesh. The cash paid, based on their study, they found that the cash paid was not an alternative for employment, but the amount sufficient to meet just the basic living conditions. So the role of PDS as a measure to alleviate poverty among tribals has been dealt with in none of the studies of Kerala. So this study removes this gap by analyzing the PDS consumption of tribals in two districts in Kerala, Trivandrum and Malappuram. So the main objectives of the study are to assess the PDS consumption among the tribal households in Kerala, to evaluate the in-kind transfers of subsidized food through PDS and compare the possibility of replacing it with cash transfers in Kerala. So primary and secondary data has been used for the study. The primary data was collected from the tribal settlements in Trivandrum, basically Peringamala region and Malappuram districts, the Nilambur region in Malappuram district. And the primary survey was done using the interview schedule, and it was done during the period in 2017. And secondary data was adopted from District Census Handbook 2011, Panchayat Level Statistics 2011, Kerala Development Report 2005. The methodology of the study was basically the study was carried out through simple random sampling method among 168 tribal households in Trivandrum and Malappuram districts of Kerala based on a structured interview schedule. The unit of analysis was the households, and my major findings of this study are the tribal beneficiary households. These discuss the type of ration card and the categories of the ration card among the tribals. There are non-priority, priority, Antyodaya Anna Yojana, and non-priority subsidized group among the tribal households. And basically, majority of the tribals are coming under the category Antyodaya Anna Yojana. And the readiness for e-PDS, electronic PDS, was checked based on the indicators of possession of Aadhaar card, Aadhaar used services, and whether they support making Aadhaar mandatory, and whether they support linking ration card to Aadhaar, and their ration card are barcoded or not, and whether the ration shop is computerized or not, and the preference for the ration shop. And basically, the majority of the all households possess the Aadhaar card, and they support in making it mandatory, and it is linked to the ration card also. And majority of them prefer computerized ration shop rather than the traditional ration shop. And here we discussed about the purchase entitlement ratio. And here the purchase entitlement ratio, it shows the ratio of purchase to entitlement, and it is estimated by dividing the purchase by entitlement and finding the percentage of the ratio. And it indicates the corruption, existence of the corruption. If lower the purchase entitlement ratio, there will be the corruption exists in the PDS distribution. And it was found basically in the study of Kera in 2011 that the existence of corruption in the system or deficiency in demand is reflected in the purchase entitlement ratio. And it has been found that in the study, a lower PER has been noted among the AAY sections of Trivandrum for rice, and it is low for wheat for the beneficiaries of Malappuram district. Then the familiarity with banking. So it was checked whether the banking was convenient for subsidy transfer than PDS, and whether the households are capable of for banking, and whether they are confident to use ATM cards, and the services, how is the rate of services offered by the banks, and whether DBT avoids leakages, whether it is convenient for them to for the savings. So based on this, the majority of the households strongly disagreed that banking is convenient for subsidy transfer than PDS. And very few tribal households strongly agreed on the familiarity related perceptions on banking, like the confidence to use ATM cards and capability to manage the banking transactions. Next, the finding based on the preference towards PDS among the tribals. So they preferred PDS. Basically, their preference what was indicated with the following aspects: food security, protection from misuse of money, familiarity with the PDS, whether the PDS was available at doorstep, where it is convenient to serve the guests. So the tribal households, majority of them strongly agreed for PDS. Then their major, the reason why majority of them supported for PDS was due to the food security aspect of the PDS. They ensured the food security through, it ensured food security throughout the year for them. So the summary of the tribal preferences for PDS can be shown as in the graph can be shown, and based on that, the tribals of Malappuram district as well as Trivandrum district, they supported for PDS rather than cash transfer scheme. Why? The reasons why they preferred PDS to cash transfer scheme, that is the lack of access to banks in tribal areas, and as a PDS subsidy in terms of cash is not adjusted to inflation, cash transfer scheme will face problems during increase in food inflation, and their apprehensions regarding the misuse of cash for the alcohol consumption purpose in a male dominated society. Then tribal areas still lack the required transportation facilities and access to markets. So this is the reason why they preferred PDS to cash transfer scheme. And if the cash transfer scheme have to be implemented, then the PDS subsidy in terms of cash must be adjusted to the inflation, and ATMs must be expanded to tribal remote areas to have better bank access and financial inclusion among the tribal households. If these conditions are ensured, they will not be eluded from food security. So we can ensure them by providing basic amenities. We have to ensure them that the cash transfer scheme can be will be implemented. Then providing access to these basic amenities at their doorstep is the need of the hour for tribal development. Only then the introduction of cash transfer scheme, which is entirely unfamiliar to the tribal households, will become a reality in the present scenario. So it is the need of the hour to ensure them the basic facilities, and this will not exclude them from getting the food security even if the cash transfer scheme is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Professor Nagaraju, do you have any questions to ask? Okay, any questions or any? Yes, Professor. Okay. Any audience? It is open for the forum to raise any questions or comments. Okay. Dr. Thomas, so what is your argument that PDS is better than cash transfer, or cash transfer is better than PDS in this case? Because there are strong arguments on both the sides, like cash transfer will reduce this paternity, or where the state itself will become paternalistic to kids. And the PDS argument is that one can choose, or this kind will be better than the cash transfer, like as the Gingrich argues. So what are your implications coming, and how do your data supports these arguments?
So basically, the tribal households, they support for PDS because they have certain apprehensions for banking, and whether it will be credited, but the money in terms of subsidy, that is when it is shifted to cash, whether it will be ensured on the right time or not. And if it is not, then they will be excluded, or they will be avoided from getting the subsidy. But if it is PDS, it will be the physical handling of the food grains that will benefit them, and they can get the ready food grains at their doorstep. And
Fine.
this
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So they prefer due to the apprehensions, and if these facilities are provided, basic amenities are provided, and they will be ready for the taking up of cash transfer scheme as an alternative.
Okay.
Uh,
If you can can you tell that what is the theoretical framework for your study? What arguments you have used?
the theoretical foundations.
I mean, what is the theoretical argument? I mean, on which you have built your empirical design? Any theories of these two arguments have you taken in your studies, or yes, it is still under work under progress?
The theoretical foundation is based on the state versus market. That is the theoretical foundation that is coming to this aspect. Whether we should go for the state intervention, or we should leave that PDS, the distribution of subsidy to the market, free market. So
Okay,
that is
fine.
the.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Meher, Ashish Kumar Meher.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm present here.
Yeah, please try to complete in 8 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Ashish Kumar Meher, PhD Research Scholar in the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu. So, the title of my presentation is Handloom Industry for Sustainable Development in the Post-COVID-19 in Odisha, India. So, this is the contents of my presentation: introduction, literature review, objectives, data sources and methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and policy suggestions. So, as you know that sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And in the sustainable development goals, the ninth goal talks about building industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which talks about building resilient industry, innovating innovation, and also resilient infrastructure. So the features of a sustainable industry are energy efficiency, conservation of resources, skill enhancing and safe working conditions, low waste production process, use of safe and environmentally compatible materials. And all these characteristics are found in the handloom industry in India. And the features of Indian handloom industry is labor intensive, low cost capital use, environmental friendly, minimal use of power, and safe working condition. And also the Indian handloom industry is the second largest employer in the informal sector after agriculture. Being the second most employer in the rural non-farm sector, the handloom industry is important to the economy of Odisha in terms of employment generation, contribution to output and export. There are 1.18 lakh handloom weavers in Odisha, from among which more than 97% are in the rural areas. So the handloom products of Odisha, which is mainly the tie and dye, ikat products, they are very famous in Odisha and also in India, outside of India also. So though the demand of these products are high in the outside, the weavers hardly get sufficient remuneration from it, which poses serious threats for their survival. The handloom sector of Odisha has been neglected since its inception, and the coronavirus pandemic and related lockdown has made their livelihood compelling without government support. So in this context, the present study is an attempt to look into the socio-economic status of the handloom weavers and the impact of COVID-19 and lockdown on their work and livelihood. So these are some selected literatures I have taken, but for the time being now I am just skipping it. So the earlier literature show that very less studies have been conducted studying the socio-economic status of the handloom weavers, and studying the impact of COVID-19 and related lockdown on the lives and livelihood of handloom weavers is very rare. And so the present objectives are to analyze the socio-economic status of the handloom weavers and major problems faced by them and the sector as a whole in Odisha, and to find out the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown on their lives and livelihoods of the handloom weavers. And next is to revive the handloom industry for sustainable development in Odisha. So for this, the data sources and methodology are both from secondary and primary data. Information on key aspects like income, production, marketing, technological development, government assistance, etc. is taken from secondary sources like the National Handloom Census 2019-20 and the Ministry of Textile, Government of India's reports. Major problems faced by the handloom weavers during COVID-19 pandemic are studied by taking information from the print and electronic media, and along with this, evidence from primary data, that is 435 weavers households collected in 2021 from Bharat district of Odisha, has been used to cross-check the secondary data and also to examine the impact of COVID-19 and related lockdown on the work and livelihood of the handloom weavers in Odisha. For this analysis, descriptive statistics such as average, percentage, presentation techniques are employed. So the results and discussions are presented in two sections. First one is the socio-economic status of handloom weavers, and second one is the impact of COVID-19. So this is the social status of the handloom weavers according to the National Handloom Census 2019-20. Most of the handloom weavers are in OBC category and followed by others and ST and SC. The primary evidence also shows that most of the handloom weavers are in the OBC category. Dwelling status. Dwelling needs is very much necessary for a handloom weaver because it is a household based activity. So the secondary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are having kacha houses followed by pakka houses and semi pakka houses. But the primary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are having semi pakka houses followed by pakka houses and kacha houses. Next is the educational status. The secondary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are educated up to primary level or below primary, followed by primary to in between primary to secondary and more than secondary. The primary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are educated in between primary to secondary level, followed by primary and secondary education. Then income level and acuteness of poverty. This secondary data shows that most of the handloom weavers, that is more than 90%, they are having income below 10,000 rupees. If we take this first two rows, this is up to 10,000 income. It is coming more than 90%. So this is very less amount of income, their monthly income. But the primary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are earning in between 10,000 to 15,000 rupees of income per month. Technological development. Technological development is very much necessary for increasing the productivity of the handloom weavers. And in case of this handloom weaving, the technological development refers to the type of looms they are using. So the secondary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are using peat loom with dobby, jacquard, and other peat looms, followed by frame loom with dobby, jacquard, and other frame looms. This is also supported by primary data. In the study area also, most of the handloom weavers are using peat looms with dobby, jacquard, and other peat looms. So we can say that the technological development is not too much advanced. Next is the production and marketing system. The production and marketing system of a weaver depends upon under which type of marketing production system he is working. There are three systems of production: independent weavers, working under a master weavers, and working under institutions, which includes also the weavers cooperative societies. The secondary data shows that most of the handloom weavers are independent. However, the primary data reveals that most of the handloom weavers in the study area are working under master weavers, which is the most exploitative form of production. Next is the government scheme penetration among the handloom weavers. The data of National Handloom Census 2019-20 shows that more than 65% of the weaver households do not know about the existing schemes and training facilities available for them. Overall awareness of weavers health insurance schemes among the weavers is lowest, that is 2.6%, and those who are aware, only 1 among 3 have benefited from the scheme. The primary data shows that the government benefits are availed by most of the sample weaver households, but that is to a very negligible extent. Most of those benefits are limited to some instruments needed during the production process. That's true of very low quality. Fewer number of workers had access to training facilities, and a few of them were benefited from working set housing facilities and bank loan. Next is the impact of COVID-19 and lockdown. This is from secondary evidence I have taken from print and electronic media. So for the time constant, I am skipping this secondary evidence. I am going to the primary evidence. So the primary evidence shows that the major problems faced by the handloom weavers in the study area are financial problem, followed by mental.
Ashish,
Sorry, sir.
Another couple of minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In just 3 slides, I will complete it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the study area, major problems during COVID-19 and lockdown, the weavers faced was financial problem, followed by mental stress, and then decline in savings and investment, and income loss. This food and marketing problems and unavailability of raw materials was very low. So their coping up strategy includes most of the handloom weavers are poor. Very less of them they have used past savings, that is 28.5% only, and most of them they borrowed money from other people from informal sources, and most of them also they survived on free government free ration and also government's financial help. And no one of them they shifted to any other occupation due to lack of skill and other work opportunity. The outreach of government policy. These government schemes include for all, that is under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, and under this scheme, most of the handloom weavers they have benefited from free ration, followed by getting cash money in female Jan Dhan account and cash money. This cash money scheme was given by the Odisha state government. During taking their free ration, they were given 1,000 rupees of cash to the poor people, and this getting gas cylinder was very less, that is 22.8%, and no one of them they received compensation for their work loss. So the conclusion of my study is that socio-economic condition of the handloom workers is very pathetic. They are having acute poverty and hence suffering from malnutrition, leading to low productivity. The production and marketing techniques of the handloom weavers are not organized. The technology used by them are outdated and not upgraded. Lack of awareness on government schemes among the handloom workers and paucity of government support for their welfare is making their future uncertain. A huge income loss has been experienced by the workers, as very few of them had past savings and most of them are debt burden. Their family was run by taking loans from village moneylender and government, and they survived by government mercy. The corona relief measures are not adequate, and hence there is a urgent need for specific policies for the handloom weavers. So these are some brief policy suggestions from my study. There is a need of product diversification, as most of the handloom weavers, they are working on their traditional clothes, traditional work they are doing. If they do some product diversification like producing some jute bags or something like that, might their increase in the they will experience increase in their income. The living condition of the workers can be improved by providing them working set come housing facilities, which is freely available from the central and state government also. Cooperative system of production and marketing is very much helpful, as it is a government agency. This system is very less exploitative. So if cooperative system of production is implemented in the state, then the weavers may get benefit from it. Then the easy availability of raw materials, technology upgradation and training facility is very much necessary. Removal of GST from raw materials like yarn and dyes for at least 3 years and quite access to interest-free formal credit will stimulate investment. And overall proper implementation of all the government schemes of central and state government for the handloom sector with actual benefit transfer in the mode of DBT will certainly strengthen the handloom sector, which will be helpful for sustainable development in Odisha and also in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Professor Nagaraju. Now the forum is open for the questions. Anyone? Any questions or comments from any student? Okay. Ashish, can you quickly, within a minute, tell the sampling method you have followed?
Yeah, sampling method I followed each multi-stage sampling method, sir. So the state I chose Odisha is because it was convenient for
What is
me.
the area? What is the area?
Sorry,
In
sir.
Odisha, where? Where in Odisha?
I took it Bargarh district because in Bargarh district there is highest concentration of handloom weavers.
Okay.
And based
How
on
many?
that, yeah, I have taken 435 households.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
Following
Sir,
EMN formulas for minimum
Sure.
sample size.
Fine. If time permits, we will get back to you. Any other questions?
yeah, just one, Professor.
Yes.
I just
Yeah.
like to invite Professor Prashant Kumar Panda, Head of the Department from Pondicherry, has joined. Thank you, sir, for joining, and pleasure to see you here. Dr. Prashant Kumar Panda, I hope he's joined. I think he's here. Anyway, I just thought of mentioning that.
Okay. Hi. Good morning. Good afternoon, Prashant.
Yeah, you go ahead, Professor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Taiko.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please forgive me if I pronounced it wrongly.
Okay. Okay, today my presentation will be on the topic of health status in northeastern region of India and comparative analysis. So the first definition of health, the narrow concept is pre-diseases, and the broad concept is physiological, mental, and social well-being. According to the World Health Organization definition given about health, good health, a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely absence of disease or infirmity. Infirmity means like weakness of mental or physical. So the advantage of good health are more productivity, more saving from the wages,
greater job opportunity, and longer working hours. Then if we have a poor health condition, then there are three ways in which we are going to be reduced, that is the enrollment in schools, late enrollment in schools, ability to learn, and participation of girls in education and society. Then under the underpinning of Indian health status is after independence, various programs and schemes was initiated by government. We follow the Western model style that promote science and technology in the medical field, emphasize public health like primary health center, community health center, both rural areas and urban areas. And today we have also initiated the Ayush, that is a traditional medicine style. According to the directive principles of state policy under Article 47, the Constitution has entrusted the states to promote the nutritional status and public health. Under the Fundamental Rights Article 21, right to health and personal liberty, the Supreme Court interpreted that right to life and human dignity is a part of fundamental rights. Under the Bandua Mukti Moksha versus Union of India in 1984 cases, the Supreme Court has interpreted that right to health is a part of fundamental rights. No person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. Then the reasons to study in northeastern states, why northeastern states is unique, is their rural population is very high. According to 2011 census, 72.66% of the total population living in rural areas, whereas the national average is 68%. Therefore, from the general perspective, health status is expected to be low compared to the national average. And secondly, it's the density of the population is very less compared to the national average. It's only 158.62 persons per square kilometers, whereas the national average is 382 persons per square kilometers based on 2011 census. So the health status, the relation between health status and economic growth, the intrinsic value of individual plays a crucial role. For instance, having a good health means there's a possible to have economic growth like cognitive development, like IQ, education performance. According to the World Health Organization, this was reported under the topic of macroeconomic and health. Human capital contribution is in the form of education, leading a variety of income among countries. Human capital refers to good health. Based on estimation of 1 year of schooling, having a good health is likely to join the schools, and with a schooling, increased productivity. For instance, like case study from Kesali 2005, 2 years of schooling or 4 years of schooling increased by 1.21% of productivity. Northeastern states and health status. Northeastern states comprises of 8 states, and as already mentioned, 72.66% are living in the rural areas, and the national average is only 68.9%. According to Avathi Ramaya, argue that ST, AC, OBC categories are highly deficiency comparatively to general category in 2015. The main components of determine the healthcare index 8 northeastern states are service and infrastructure, which are lagging behind, and the consequence of adequate infrastructure in terms of transportation facilities, lack and physical workers like doctors, other assistant workers, which are not what is mentioned in according to the World Health Organization. So the first indicator to mention about the health status is the female education. Female education contributes to the improvement of fertility rate in 2 ways, like delaying marriages and more ideas for welfare. According to the ideation theory, this is generally from the sociologists, education gives the platform to more ideas about family planning, social exposure, and community network. That means more likely to have a good health status. So education delays female marriage, child marriage, early marriages, marriage decline in improvement of education, and eventually improve their health status. Then the fourth point is educated women in society are more have ideas about health services like accessing availability, like a prenatal and postnatal care. Then the second is the family planning. The gap between the rural and urban areas are very high in northeastern states. The modern methods are lagging behind based on the in the table mentioned comparatively to national average. One of the main reasons behind the rural and urban in the rural tribes are socioeconomic deprived and low literacy and facilities. Women's sterilization is lower in the young female group, and education and social awareness like pills, condoms have been increasing. Then when it comes to fertility rate, compared to the taking the northeastern state average and comparatively to the national average, northeastern states is behind. Northeastern states is better, 1.9, and national average is 2.0, except Manipur and Meghalaya, which is higher than national average. So the northeastern states in their survey taken under National Family Health Survey 5th shows that from National Family Health Survey 3rd, it was 2.2, but in 5th, it has reduced to 1.9 per women. So according to studies, lower fertility means better health status. Then the third infant mortality rate is 29 in northeastern state, average is 29.9, and national average is 41.9. This shows that northeastern states are better performing comparatively to national average. So infant mortality definition based on the World Bank and World Health Organization, the infant mortality rate in the is the number of deaths, number of 1 year of age among 1,000 live births in geographical area during the given period. One year. So
can you conclude in another couple of minutes?
So comparatively to other states, the national average, northeasterns are better, but when it comes to non-communicable disease, for instance, like cancers, national average, northeastern states is considered as a cancer capital because national average is 180 to 110 cases per lakh population, but northeast cases are 150 to 200 cases per lakh population, which the expert says is very high. So one of the among the males, esophagus is highest, and females the breast cancer is the highest. So one of the two reasons why the cancers are high is due to lack of affordable treatment, lack of awareness, and poor prognosis. Then due to lifestyles, eating habits, diversity and ancestors, geographical variations. Then what are the preventive approach? Preventive approach to fight cancers it's not one-man job, but the preventive approach are like policy programs and risk reduction, like risk reduction, tobacco should be reduced, consumption, eat a healthy diet must be increased, physical activities must be increased. Under the policy programs, the government need to strengthen the health systems, universal health coverage, so that everyone, whether poor or regardless of economic condition, they can access the health system. So the conclusion is, most of the northeastern states, health indicators in northeastern states are satisfactory compared to national average, except non-communicable disease, that is cancer. There's a wide gap between urban and rural areas. One of the reasons is due to lack of healthcare facilities in rural and tribals. Then to bridge the gap is like need to promote more primary healthcare center, community health center. Then the third is government need to check the regional imbalance health status by employing more doctors and other workers to attend the patient with better quality. Then the northeastern states, significant number of people who are still practicing traditional methods of curing and treatment also need. And lastly, preventive and curative measures need to be take up the non-communicable disease like cancers. Changing lifestyle experts like oncologists, public health experts need to be promoted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaiko. It's interesting work. Yes, the forum is open for discussion. Any questions from co-chair or the audience? Yes, Kaiko, I mean, in this study, we have discussed a lot of things. Don't you think that is it better if we can focus only on a couple of indicators or the diseases, and then the findings would be more conclusive?
Oh, sir, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, what I mean to say that you have touched upon several issues and several diseases from, right? Don't you think that in a research paper it is better to focus something narrow, and then the conclusion can be a little more tight? You can come with a little more better conclusions.
Yeah, yes, sir, that's all possible.
Okay. Anyone else? Any questions here? Have you made any comparison between northeastern state and other states as a benchmark?
Yeah, this is taken from my infill, so I have to make a comparison. So basically, most of the northeasterns are like under this National Family Health Survey, under this fourth, fifth, are comparatively better. But non-communicable diseases, especially the cancer, particularly cancer, has been, northeastern states have been much more higher than the other states.
Okay.
So I brought up because of this.
Oh. Thank you for joining and presenting.
Yes, sir.
Hema Shri?
Yes, sir. Just give me a
Yeah,
minute.
please go ahead. Yeah.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah, please.
To the coordinator of the seminar and the respected chair and co-chair of this afternoon, and to all the dignitaries, paper presenters, and the participants of the seminar, a very good afternoon to one and all. I am Hema Shri, a student of BA Economics program in ICFI Business School, Hyderabad, and I am here to present my paper on state of central government's revenue in India from 1990-91 to 2021-22. I'll be presenting this paper on behalf of Dr. T. Sudarshan Reddy, Associate Professor, Department of Economics at Yogyakarta University, Kadapa as well. Moving on to the introduction. In India, or in any other nation to be particular, central government has a key role of shaping the economy into a self-reliant and developed nation. It relentlessly works for the public welfare, socio-economic and human development. So it's important we analyze the public finances of the central government of India, for they are illustrating dynamic changes in the recent decades. The size and composition of central government revenue has been undergoing rapid changes in India due to the introduction of economic reforms in 1990 and GST implementation in 2017. So this present paper explores the state of central government's revenue over the last 3 decades. over the last 3 decades, with the objectives to analyze the growth and composition of revenue receipts of Government of India across sources from 1990-91 to 2021-22, and to study the trends in tax and non-tax revenue receipts in India during the same period of time, and also to examine the pattern of direct and indirect tax sources of Central Government of India during the same period of time. This paper is strictly based on secondary data, and the main data sources are the central government's budget documents, the Handbook of Statistics on Indian Economy, RBI 2019 and 20, and the budget document of 2022-23, the Reserve Bank of India bulletins. The study period of this paper is from 1990-91 to 2022-23. However, the data in this paper was interpreted only up to 2021, because the data provided for the next couple years are revised on budget estimates. And I've used statistical tools like percentages and compound decadal compound growth rates for the analysis. I'll be talking about the growth and composition of central government revenue, and then moving on to the tax and non-tax receipts of the central government revenue, and then to the direct and indirect taxes, and then I'll conclude my presentation. Moving on to the growth and composition of central government revenue. This table gives a brief view of the revenue receipts, the capital receipts, and the total receipts of the government from 1990-91 to 2022-23. It's very clear from the table that the total receipts of the government were around 93,000 crores in 1990-91 and have dramatically increased to around 35 lakh crores by 2020-21. And so has revenue receipts and capital receipts. So the total revenue of central government of India is divided into two parts, which is very familiar with all of us: revenue receipts and the capital receipts. And the total revenue receipts of the central government consists of tax revenue and non-tax revenue, while the capital receipts include four other elements. The central government's revenue in India has been increasing since 1990-91, and the growth of this total receipts is about 37 times. And the growth rate of this total receipts of the central government for the last 3 decades is 12.4, while that of the revenue receipts is 11.6, and that of the capital receipts is 13.3 during the same period. And in the current decade, the capital receipts heavily dominated the central government's revenue because the dependence on borrowings was very high. Moving on to the tax and non-tax receipts of the government. The tax revenue has been increasing in India. Its share has increased from 78.21% in 1990-91 to 87.29% by 2020-21. And simultaneously, the share of non-tax revenue has decreased from 21.79% to 12.71%. The total revenue receipts are categorized into two heads, as I said earlier: tax revenue and non-tax revenue. Tax revenue includes the revenue from the direct and indirect taxes, and the non-tax revenue from the other sources. The share of tax revenue has always been high in the economy, and over a period of 3 decades, the share of non-tax revenue fell from 21.79% to 12.7%, as I said earlier. And therefore, it's very safe to conclude that the revenue coming from the taxes is more high. And as I said, the central government depends largely on the tax revenue. Moving on to the direct and indirect taxes. This table presents the direct and indirect taxes and the total tax revenue for the period of 1991 to 2022-23. And as I said earlier, the share of direct taxes has increased dramatically from 16% in 1990-91 to 66.25%, while that the share of indirect taxes has fallen from 83.94% to 33.75%. The direct taxes are taxes on income and property. They're direct, as assessors have to pay them and cannot shift them to others. And indirect taxes are taxes on commodities and services, and the tax burden can be shifted to others. And in 1991, the relative share of the direct and indirect taxes is 16:84. And thereafter, the relative composition of taxes has been undergoing significant changes. Direct taxes are gradually growing importance. And now direct taxes, as we have seen earlier, they now account for more than half of the total tax revenue of the central government. And since the 1990s, after the economic reforms, with liberalization and the rising rate of growth of Indian economy, both personal and corporation income taxes are rising fast. And accordingly, the gross revenue from the direct taxes has been growing rapidly and has overtaken the share of indirect taxes. But during this COVID pandemic, there has been a dramatical increase in the proportion of direct taxes to the total tax revenue because the production of the goods and services was very less during this period. So concluding this presentation, central government's total receipts increased substantially during the last 3 decades from 94,000 crores to 35 lakh crores between 1991 to 2020-21, which is a growth of about 37 times. However, this growth is not uniform in case of revenue and capital receipts. And during the first decade, that is from 1991 to 1999-2000, the growth of revenue receipts was higher than that of the capital receipts. But thereafter, the growth rate of capital receipts undermined the growth rate of revenue receipts. And the proportion of tax revenue in the total revenue receipts increased while that of the non-tax revenue decreased. And there's a rapid increase in the share of direct taxes in the total tax revenue when compared to the indirect taxes. This is due to the increasing share of personal income tax. And I'd like to conclude by saying that the rapid increase in the capital receipts might become an overbearing burden to the future generations and might hinder the development activities undertaken in the nation. Therefore, it's very important for the government to limit its borrowings and find ways to raise ways to raise revenue from its own sources like taxes, charges, fees, rents, and interest that it gets. This marks the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank Krishna Reddy sir for giving me this opportunity. And thank you everyone else for the patience of listening. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Yamashri, and especially for completing it within the stipulated time.
Thank you.
Yes, it is open for discussion. Any questions or comments from co-chair and the audience?
Professor Gauri Shankar, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
And very happy to see you in this platform. And I have one small suggestions to Hema.
Yeah, please.
That she has done a wonderful presentations on the revenue of the central government. And while looking at the revenue of central government, particularly give your focus on indirect taxes and look at how GST after GST implementation from 70 and how the revenue mobilization has been changed. This is one. Second, look at the tax buoyancy, indirect tax buoyancy, and particularly up to 17 what was there, then including the entire period what was the tax buoyancy. That would be nice, it will add to your work. Okay, these are the two small suggestions to complement you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the suggestions. I'll look into them.
Thank you, Professor. Any other questions? Yes, Emma Shri, you have mentioned on capital expenditure, capital receipts, and that will lead to burden for future generation. But suggested that revenue receipts should increase. Can you go back to your slide and just check? So, what is the argument? It seems to be contradictory there.
It's not an argument. It's something that I have seen from the data I've collected that the borrowings of the central government have been increasing over these years, and I felt like there would be burden. Like the interest payments have been increasing over the years because of the borrowings. So I felt it would be a burden on the generations or the next political leaders that would take on the government. So I felt that's not like a policy suggestion, but I just felt that finding our own revenue sources would help our government and the future generations, and would also lead to sustainable development, I guess.
Okay. Any implication of these trends in revenues which can talk about the economy? I mean, is it an indicator of health of the economy, or would you like to draw any such conclusions from this, or you would like to keep it for the future work?
Sir, I do not have the knowledge to answer that question of yours. I'd like to study into that and look into it.
Yeah, highly appreciate that you took this initiative to come and present, and thank you for that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Anyone else is having any comment? Thank you, Yamashri. Thank you, Professor Prashant. Binita Bose and Professor Khan.
Uh, Sorry for the inconvenience. I'll be presenting right now. Good afternoon to all. My name is Vinita, PhD scholar at School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. Today I will be presenting some reflections on the changing nature of external debt scenario in India and analysis with respect to economic reforms of 1990s. So, first of all, we can analyze about the trend of external debt in India from 1991 to 2020. Um, at the time of 1991, Indian economy has emerged a massive amount of external debt. According to data collected in 1991 to 92, the country's external debt was $83,801 by the end of, but by the end of March 2020, it had grown to $5,58,569 million. The BOP crisis brought on by recurrent current account deficits, which in turn raised the economy's borrowing needs, was blamed for the high level of gross external debt reported by India in 1991. External debt grew as a consequence of unfavorable BOP, persistent current account deficits, and exchange rate fluctuations. The government of India initially turned to external finance subsequently to address the long-term balance of payment issue. It began the process of reforms in a step-by-step manner. The government incurred huge expenditures in the decade of 1980s, particularly after mid-1980s, in an attempt to move the economy on the path of market-led growth. Some economic reforms stressing on pro-business orientation, greater role of market and incentives to exporters were introduced in early 80s. This was followed by reforms in the field of service sector, science and technology in the post-1985. This led to a surge in economic growth rate to 5.6% in 1980s, thereby bringing economy out of Hindu rate of growth of 3.5%. However, this turned out to be a debt-led growth. The huge spending led to growing fiscal imbalances throughout 1980s, which in turn led to borrowings from Reserve Bank of India, thereby having an expansionary impact on prices. The fiscal deficits were also the prime causes of rising current account deficits that aggravated the external debt problems in 80s. The average amount of external debt was $27.4 billion during 1980 to 81 to 84 to 85, but increased to $56.3 billion during second half of 1980s. All these are about how the external debt problem emerged in 90s because of the government policies of development-oriented policies. The buildup of external debt in 1980s led the government to introduce the policies of external debt management in 1990s and the new millennium. This had a positive influence on external debt situation. Annual average growth rate in India's external debt in the post-reform period turned out to be smaller at 6.5% as against 13.75% in pre-reform period. However, the slowdown in India's external debt was not steady throughout the post-reform period. The external debt kept on increasing till 1994 to 95 on account of fragile economic situation, which called for borrowing to initiate the program of industrialization, along with covering up our deficits on the government account. This table shows the trend of external debt in Indian economy from 1991 to 2020. 1920. Here we can see that the growth rate of debt was actually declining up to 1997. Then it slightly started to increase. But overall, we can say that the external debt growth as of now is according to the need of the economy, not that much as compared to 1980s or initial stage of 1990s. The external debt during 2004 to 5 increased to US dollar 123.2 billion from US dollar 113.4 billion in 2003 to 4 due to the impact of the fall of dollar against the world currencies. And during 2007 to 8, external debt again had a second largest increase when it increased by 28.1% in comparison to preceding period due to weakening of US dollar against major currencies. And this was followed by highest increase in export credit when by 44% when it reached US dollar 10,328 million in 2008, accompanied by highest rise in bilateral debt by 23% to US dollar 19,708 in 2008. In March 2010, India emerged as the world's fifth largest indebted economy in the world, but the problem was not severe since it was a long-term debt which constituted 85.81% of India's external debt. So the current situation is that the debt service ratio of is 6.5% of current revenues at the end of March 2020, up from 6.5% during the previous year. Moreover, the external debt service payments on the existing debt stock are forecast to peak in 2024 to 25 at over US $10 billion each quarter and then taper down. So this table shows the external debt to GDP. External debt and GDP trends from 1990 to 2020. And we can see that the debt to GDP ratio is remaining somewhat constant. Is hovering around somewhat in a stable terms as compared to 1991. It was too high. In 1991, it was around 28.7% compared to the level of 2020, that is 20.6%. Even though the stock of debt is increasing. And here it shows that the ratio of external debt to foreign exchange reserves. And this is also giving us a ray of hope as the ratios are somewhat decreasing. It's not that much shooting up. Next, we can analyze the composition change in external debt of India since economic reforms. And it can be analyzed according to the sector-wise, creditor-wise, debtor-wise, currency-wise, instrument-wise, and constitutionality-wise classification. So the sector-wise classification of external debt includes two type of segments. That is, we have the sovereign debt and non-sovereign debt. And sovereign debt includes government's external debt, which includes loans received under India's external assistance program, and rupee debt owned by citizens. And other government debt, including borrowings from IMF, defense debt owned in rupees and in foreign currencies, as well as FII investments in government securities. Non-sovereign debt encompass all other forms of foreign debt that are not owned by government. And here we can see that the non-sovereign part of government of external debt is increasing over a year, whereas sovereign debt or government debt is decreasing. And the next is creditor-wise classification of external debt over years, and the important segments of creditor-wise classifications are multilateral debt, bilateral, IMF, export credit, ECBs, NRI deposits, and rupee debt. And here we can see that the share of multilateral, bilateral, export credit, and ECBs have climbed up, while rupee debt, IMF borrowing, short-term debt as a percentage share of total external debt has fell down. The next is debtor-wise classification of external debt over years. So here is also an analysis from 1991 to 2020, and the debtor classification shows that government debt to total foreign debt decreased steadily, averaging between 49.6% to 3% in 2020, and the percent of non-government has increased steadily. And also compared to non-government debt, components of the share of long-term debt grew fastest. Financial sector accounted for the largest percent of the long-term non-government debt, following private and government sector. The next is the currency-wise analysis. Currency-wise analysis shows that US dollar is the most widely used unit of making external debt, which accounted for 54%, and Indian rupee also gained importance. Japanese yen, SDRs, and euro are the next most popular currencies. Next, we can analyze the changes in key debt indicators of India's external indebtedness after the reform. The first is trend of external debt to GDP ratio in India from 1991 to 2020. Here we can see that as a series of good policy initiatives of central government, the measures were developed throughout this period, including export promotion, import substitution, and changes from debt creating foreign capital to non-debt creating assets, and also free flow of non-debt creating capital flows. The ratio of debt, the ratio of external debt to GDP ratio has declined over years. The next is debt service ratio in India from 1991 to 2020. The debt service the debt service ratio shows the ratio of debt service payments made by the country to that country's export earnings. And here we can see that
Benita
from
Bose,
1991
yeah.
has declined greatly, and it is a positive development for the country's ability to manage its external debt and foreign currency reserves.
Benita Bose, can you
The next foreign external reserve
Benita?
debt in India. It is denoting it denotes a country's ability to fulfill its external debt commitments out of its foreign exchange reserves, and this ratio has climbed from 70% in 1990 to 85.6% in 2019 to 20. And this is also showing good signs. The peak was 2007 to 8, that was around 138% due to the structural policy changes implemented by the government of India. The next is the ratio.
Benita Bose, can you?
Here, the changes in composition of total foreign debt volume were accounted for the overall fallen ratio. Though the government's external debt management strategy emphasized
Benita
securing
Bose,
debt,
can you please conclude in another couple of
these
minutes?
ratios, the concessional debt has declined due to the amount of private debt has increased and the share of government debt has decreased. And here we can see that as the government share has declined, even though the government share has declined, this ratio is declining because the private players are playing more for in external debt scenario, and they are taking the debt more in terms of non-constitutional terms. At last,
Benita Bose, yeah,
we can
please.
analyze the ratio of
Conclude.
short-term debt to total debt. So here, the ratio short-term debt to total debt mainly emphasizes on the liquidity of debt. In an event of liquidity crisis, when we have limited access to international financial market, it is very important that majority of debt is in long term. And this ratio declined in the early phase due to government policies of reducing short-term debt and generating non-debt flows. But after 2003 to 4, the ratio increased due to an increase in the short-term debt coverage, such as treasury bills, short-term debt instruments having maturity 1 year or more, 1 year or less. It was also expanded to include investment by foreign central bank and international organizations in treasury bills, as well as short-term debt obligations by both commercial banks and central bank.
Benita Bose, your time is over.
We can say that from 1990 to 91 to 94-95, there was a significant rise in the percent share of international bilateral IMF export credit and ECB loans in total external debt, while the percent share of rupee and short-term loans in total loans decreased. The percent share of NRI deposit in total external debt did not change significantly during this time frame. The data shows that despite rising external debt, most indices of the country's financial health suggest that country's debt situation is improving. Government initiatives such as restricting short-term debt, focusing on exports, and restraining debt-creating flows accounted for this change. As a consequence of proactive policy, the percentage change of sovereign debt has decreased gradually but noticeably, indicating a reduction in dependence on constitutional loans from multilateral and bilateral sources under the auspices of international development aid programs. The private sector, driven by non-financial corporations, is the largest recipient of external debt, having access foreign debt mostly via loans rather than equity. Indian external debt is denominated mainly in US dollar, where more than half of the debt is in dollar terms. Constitutional debt is overthrown with the growth of non-constitutional debt, mainly after the economic reforms in 1991. But the overall analysis gives us a hope as signs of the crisis is not severe in India. Thank you. Thanks for your patience for listening to my presentation.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, any questions, Professor Prashant or audience? Hare Krishna.
Professor, I had an observation to make.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Binida. In the one table which you have shown, there was a decline in the debt denominated in
Sorry,
rupee.
can you please repeat? I can't hear. It was.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
In one table which you have shown, there was a decline in rupee denominated debt from
Yeah.
2004 to till this period. So now from government level, like there has been some suggestions for having more rupee denominated debt from foreign markets. So like why, like can you explain why this is declining over time, like over the study period? Like, is there any explanation for that?
I think the preference of the financial market uh, debt seekers, they mainly preferred the dollar terms debt rather than rupee terms because of the rupee's values fluctuating with the dollar. So I think they are preferring more of dollar debt in terms of dollar.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Any other questions? Miss,
I have one
yeah,
suggestion.
please, please, Professor.
Yeah, so what I'd like, this is a good presentation, and she has attempted to present about external debt, including both private and public. And if we look at the current situations, considering COVID, there is some extent increase in public debt. Otherwise, public external debt has been continuously declining. So there is no issue of sustainability of government debt. But when there is a kind of the private debt, private external debt is increasing, it has a kind of influence towards about stock market, financial institutions, and so we have to be a little bit careful and while analyzing this. But what I suggest is, and you have not incorporated since 90 onwards, you have checked, but you have not incorporated kind of structural stability, those issues. Particularly, you see 2009 crisis, then COVID, and before that also. So even GST implementation has also implications for the private sector to borrow from external sources. So just you can look those, incorporate those kind of look at structural stability test and incorporate those policies into context. Second is, look at the same time associate with the external debt with that gross domestic capital formation. Whether debt is increasing private sector, at the same time whether there is a capital formation is increasing in private sectors. If capital formation is increasing, then it may not be much problem for the economy. So these two suggestions just you can look into. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I'll look into it.
Any other questions? Yes, Binita Bose, you talked on external debt, some of it, its relation with reserves and many other aspects. So, what are the implication of it? This external debt and reserves, how they are related?
Sorry, sir.
External debt and reserves, the relationship we are
Yes,
talking
sir.
about it. So, what does it mean? Is it
External
some?
debt and foreign exchange reserve.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see that over the years there is a good ratio of foreign exchange reserve to total debt. That is, at the start it was nearly 7%, but now it has improved to nearly 85%.
Okay.
So here we can see a steady increase in the ratio for foreign exchange reserve to total debt, and this is giving us a ray of hope. And we can say that the external debt issue is not that much an important issue in India because we can able to manage our external debt
No,
with our policies and reserves.
yeah, I got that point. So the thing is that there is a large international macroeconomics literature which says that higher foreign exchange reserves will leads to
Yeah.
higher external debt. That's a moral hazard problem.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so because with the change in currency, so there is a possibility of increase in the external debt, cost of
Okay.
external debt, right? Okay, is
Okay,
it
sir.
your PhD work? Are you working on
It's
this?
a part of my analysis, sir.
Okay, okay.
Just a
So
small part.
you need to look at what factors will lead to increase in external debt, because the government is now trying to denominate the debt, as Hari was also talking, to in Indian rupees. So that
Okay.
will at least reduce the external vulnerability of the economy with
Yes,
this
sir.
external debt. That aspect called as currency mismatch sometime. And this forex reserves and external debt is controversial relationship.
Okay,
So
sir.
therefore, you need a little more validation using some models or otherwise some theoretical arguments to do that. It is
Okay.
better if you can strengthen your arguments either through empirical work or some theoretical arguments.
Okay, sir. I'll look into it. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
other questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you, sir.
Kumar. Gargi Sharma.
Yes, sir, I'm
Yeah,
here.
try to finish, complete it within stipulated
Sure,
time.
sir. Sure, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The central transfers has basically two main objectives, or we can say properties to fulfill, that are equity and efficiency. This transfers both through horizontal and vertical devolution again play a pivotal role in growth, social sector development, and poverty alleviation. Now, the states, however, are not sufficiently empowered to carry out all its economic activities. Hence, the importance of central transfers is immense. Going back to what I said earlier about equity and efficiency properties of central transfers, this transfer tends to equalize the resource base of the states and also improve administrative efficiency. However, in this analysis, our main concern is towards assessing whether the equity concerns are met out or not. Basically, for the 8 northeastern states. Why northeastern states? Because of the obvious geographical isolation from the center, economically backward and heavy dependency on central fiscal transfers to carry out their developmental activities. Quickly, coming towards a brief glance on the existing literature. Studies from the pioneer authors of fiscal federalism, citing Musgrave, Oates, Ball, and Wallace, they all have stressed upon the importance of fiscal equalization on equity grounds and eliminating any disparities among the states. Some of the later studies by Panda and Sethia have bought into the concept of bargaining power of the states. That is, states with higher bargaining power will get higher discretionary transfers. Again, some other studies have found that transfer were not equalizing in nature. Now, these all studies for equalization transfers were done basically for the mainland India, or taking into consideration the special category states, which also includes northeastern states, but now it is scrapped up after 14th Finance Commission. This study actually, the literature is sparse in the context of assessing fiscal equalization, particularly through the eyes of the northeastern states. So that's my basically research gap. Objectives of the study. Firstly, I have to study the pattern of fiscal transfers to the states of northeastern India during the period 1991 to 2018, to empirically analyze whether the fiscal transfers to the northeastern states are equalizing or not. Methodology, I have basically used data based on secondary data sources from Reserve Bank of India's publication, States Finances Study of Budgets, NetFee, MOSPI, etc. For assessing the pattern of transfers, intergovernmental transfers in the northeastern states, the data has been divided into 3 parts: Finance Commission transfers, land transfers, total transfers. Finance Commission transfers includes shared taxes, non-planned grants. Plan transfers includes grants for central plan schemes, centrally sponsored schemes, special plan schemes, state plan schemes, of which advanced release of plan assistance for natural calamities. And total transfers is basically the aggregation of the first and the second data set. So from Panel plots from the top left, panel 1 represents Arunachal Pradesh, panel 2 represents Assam, panel 3 represents Manipur, panel 4 Meghalaya, panel 5 Mizoram, panel 6 Nagaland, panel 7 Sikkim, and panel 8 Tripura. So from this 8 panel plots, it is clearly seen that over the years, the per capita transfers are highly irregular in nature. It is justified owing to the fact that the Finance Commission recommendations is changed after every 5 years. So from this panel plots, we can see that the highest total transfers goes to Arunachal Pradesh, after that Mizoram and Sikkim. The lowest total transfers, however, goes to Assam, Meghalaya, and Tripura. Highest Finance Commission transfers and Plan Commission transfers are also follows the same pattern, that is the highest goes to Arunachal Pradesh and the lowest to the state of Assam. Now, to analyze the initial inequality in own source revenues without taking into consideration the central transfers, if we assess only own source revenue, how much disparity is there among the northeastern state, we have used coefficient of variation approach and CV trend analysis approach. So, when we plot the values of CV of the 8 northeastern states for own source revenue, and the aggregates of own source revenue with plan transfers and finance commission transfers, we see that all the transfers have taken almost the same path of disparity. The finance commission transfers, however, somehow have played more role in reducing disparity than the plan transfers. The CV trend analysis, we have taken a basic universal model of CV. Now, basically the crux of this model is that if beta 1 is greater than 0 and beta 2 is less than 0, then it would mean there is an inverted U-shaped relationship. If beta 1 is less than 0 and beta 2 is greater than 0, then it would mean U-shaped relationship. Inverted U-shaped relationship would basically mean that initial inequality increases but eventually decreases after a period of time. So by this table is clearly seen that this is a regression based approach, the CV trend analysis, and by regressing it with time t and t2, we have found that the disparities in all 3 cases have been following the shape of inverted U over time. That means that initial inequality is increasing, but after a point of time, eventually it decreases. Moving towards the empirical model, I won't go much into the details, but I basically used 3 models. For the first, first model, I have used total transfers regressed with per capita GSDP, population, forest cover, and year dummies, 2 year dummies by conducting biparent structural break test, that is for 2009 and 2012. And finance commission transfers, likewise, I have taken the same variables. Now, if we see, okay, so the third, one more model I have taken, that is for plan transfers regress with the same variables, per capita GSDP, population, forest cover, and the same dummy variables. But here, I have taken autoregressive distributed lag model, because here one variable, that is plan transfers, was stationary at level, and the other variables were stationary at first differencing. So here I had to use ARDL model. So through the empirical results, it can be seen that the coefficient of GSDP is positive and significant for both total transfers and finance commission transfer. This would imply that transfers are not equalizing, as with the increasing in GSDP, transfers are also increasing. So that would mean definitely that the transfers are not equalizing in nature, right? The same thing can be concluded for plan transfers and finance commission transfers, as the per capita GSDP and transfers relationship is positive and not negative. And hence, the transfers are basically not equalizing for the northeastern states. Now, for policy suggestions, in my view, the transfers to be more equalizing, emphasis should be given on strengthening fiscal policies. For example, public spending for education and healthcare, which can indirectly equalize economic opportunities and thereby equalizing transfers to the states for the same. Fiscal mobilization should be strengthened and assessed more frequently to avoid moral hazard practices by these states. Again, discretionary grants and lobbying power should be consistently checked for. And last but not least, policies should be put forward considering sustainability. Thank you. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gargi Sharma, for a brief presentation on fiscal equalization. Now the forum
Thank you,
is
sir.
open for discussion. Any questions or comments or suggestions?
Uh,
Hare Krishna. Yes, go
Krishna.
ahead. Yeah.
Hi, Gargi. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The planning commission transfers and finance commission transfers are distributed on the basis of certain variables, like certain conditionalities, for
Yes, sir.
some of the variables which you have taken here, like forest cover, like population and all those things. So
Yes.
like when we talk about equalization, it is from a needs
Yes.
perspective mostly, right? The total need, what is the actual need of a state and how much deficiency is there with the resources. Could you take into account that in the model? Because most of the variables, like it will be different for different. For example, the transfers for calamity in the relief fund, that differs across states, right? So how could you take into account the need of particular states in this?
Actually, that's a very good question indeed. Actually, the transfers indeed needs to be given according to their fiscal capacity. In recent 15 Finance Commission, they have included one more criteria called tax efforts and fiscal capacity, tax efforts and fiscal efforts, and according to that, the transfers are given to the states. So yes, you are indeed right, and I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
I just have a question. So, you talked about that states should increase their fiscal mobilization. So,
Yes, sir.
is it possible, especially during this time of GST? Like, I mean, it is a good saying that you should increase, fiscal resources. But really, can the government tax more? I mean, especially the state government.
Actually, it's a very thought-provoking question. When I think about it now, yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's a suggestions, but we can just hope, right, that in the near future, in the long run, things will get better, and then maybe our income will also, our GSDP, GDP, etc., will evolve, and eventually maybe the tax base can be also increased.
Any further question from our audience? Okay. Gargi Sharma.
Yes.
Why do you think that fiscal equalization is required? That what is the idea?
So the idea behind it is actually the Finance Commission transfers this. It has in the Constitution under Article 280. So the Finance Commission, they have mentioned that the properties they should be looking into our equity and efficiency concerns. So my analysis was basically to check whether these concerns are ideally meted out or not. So basically, that was my theory. So
Okay. I think you go through the finance commissions, the recent couple of finance commission reports, and some literature on fiscal equalization further. So crystallize your ideas a little better and model it more meaningfully. There is a
sure.
scope for some good
Sure,
points in that, because fiscal equalization, as many audience also mentioned, is an important concept, but the transfer seems to be not well taken. I think you can address that part maybe in your revision.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Professor, just for a minute. I just
Yeah.
saw Dr. Jyoti Ram also joined from IBS Hyderabad. Glad to see all of them are coming. Thank you, Jyoti, for joining. Hope she's there or left.
Thank you.
Look forward to see all of you in the next seminar in offline mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kali. I think Basuraj is here.
Basuraj.
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir. Good afternoon.
Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, sir, I will present, sir.
Basuraj, you are adding around 8 to 10 minutes within that.
Yes, sure.
After a long time, Basuraj.
Yes, sir. Actually, after a long time. Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, sir.
Good. Yeah.
Yes, sir. My topic, sir, my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
My topic is on socio-economic repercussions of the war conflict among the Russia and Ukraine, and what are its implications on the Indian economy. So it's an impact-based study that is how this Russia and Ukraine crisis is impacting the Indian economy in the macro and micro phases. So as we know, this Russia and Ukraine crisis is turning into a global trade war between the nation in terms of having a financial sanction, economic sanctions, and a huge blow to the world through waving the way for the Third World War. So as we see that there are very trade sanctions are done, and a lot of human life loss, and lot of nearly 20,000 students were evacuated from Ukraine, medical students especially. And still, there are yet to be many other students to be deported to India. So the crisis, the objective was to study how this crisis will impact the Indian economy. As we have seen, just have taken one survey data. So what is the impact that war will have on the Indian economy? Through the survey, they said 67.5% they said it has more moderate impact. 25% have said severe impact, and 7.5 said not much impact. So those were the response. But what is the expectation of India's GDP growth? How it will impact? So 7 to 8% has said 37.5%, and what are the top line growth anticipation that they are done? 25% said it's 10 to 15%. So government relaxation in its physical target to support the growth, because as the economics we are more concerned with the growth numbers. So we can see that definitely growth process will be disturbed through the phenomena. So we can see that input costs have also has increased after the war, because when the cost shifting transmission is taking place, how it will impact the economy, in terms we have to see, and how the price of the products and other services is also impacted is very important term. So one of the important topic is on oil prices. Everybody is talking about the crude oil prices, how the crude oil prices will impact the Indian economy, because we don't have the reserves, and Russia is the third largest nation to export the crude oil to the other nations also. So according to Modi's analysis, Russia-Ukraine border is like to boost oil prices even higher than what they have already. The research believes that rise in oil prices cannot be sustained over a long period of time because of economists' limited ability to absorb the higher oil costs and continue growth. So the oil prices can impact the economic growth is a big question, because how we can substitute for that, and we can use sustainable energy, and substitution of alternative source of energy, and shifting to renewable sources and ethanol production is also one way. Another is the geopolitical development that aggravates supply uncertainty to boost oil prices. So at around 90 rupees per barrel was the oil price recent for the past three to 4 months back, but now the cost of one barrel is costing $120. So you can see how the risk is shifting based to the other countries. So the world inflation worries. Now everybody is worried about how the crude oil prices have jumped to 15% since Russia invasion of Ukraine. So you can see Russia exports 6.5 million barrels of oil exports a day, and Russia is among the one of the Russia and Ukraine is one of the largest exporter of wheat. So how this it is going to affect the food security system in the global scenario is one thing, and another is the Russia and Ukraine account for 75% of the sunflower oil exports. Now we can see that the price of the edible oil price is also increasing. So the thing is that how it is going to impact the Indian economy in the micro and macro phase, because India is one of the largest consumer of sunflower oil. So natural gas, if Russia comes 17% of natural gas production, so that is also like most of the European nations are dependent on the Russian economy, and another thing is the fertilizer. Russia accounts 15% of global trade in nitrogenous fertilizer, 17% of global potassium fertilizer exports. As we were discussing, also the prices of fertilizers are that how it is going to impact the farmers in the micro phase is also very important, because when the cost of input goes up, ultimately the price of the commodities also will go up. So that we have that oil surge after domestic Ukraine crisis. Now all the countries are stocking their oil reserves and not have stopped the exporting oil products also. So we can see that how Russia is one of the global power. So if you see the statistics, Russia is exporting 48% of the crude oil to the OECD European countries. Among those countries, we can see Germany, Netherlands at 11%, and if you take China, it's 31%, and if you take the Asia and Oceania, 42%. So in terms of how it is going to impact in the micro phase is important. So one of the important sector that was impacted in the previous phase was also due to COVID, first, second, third wave. Also, the transport sector was totally blocked. With the global transport already serving restricted in the format of the pandemic, what is likely to create further supply chain bottlenecks. So the transport modes likely to be affected are ocean shipping, rail freight, and countries like Lithuania are expected to see their rail traffic severely affected by sanctions against Russia. As we see, those sanctions are the financial sanctions and economic sanctions are imposed against Russia. So the supply chain, the world unexpected robust recovery from the pandemic recession left companies struggling to find enough raw materials and components to produce goods and to meet surging customer demand. So, other factories, ports, and yards, shipping yards have facing the shortage, delays, and the disruption to Russian and Ukrainian industry could delay any further return to normal conditions also. You can see the impact of the Ukraine and Russia was also on the stock market, where food supplies. Ukraine and Russia account for 30% of the world export of wheat and 19% of corn, 80% of sunflower oil, which is used in the food processing unit also. So the much of the Russian and Ukraine money goes to poor, unstable countries like Yemen, Libya reported there is a food security crisis also. So the other thing was the rising prices. Ukraine war coincides with the higher risk movement for the Federal Reserve and other central banks also. The another thing is the financial sanction against the Russia also impacted the world trade currency markets also. We can see the depreciation in the rupee market, dollar. So they were got by the surge in the inflation over the past year. The consequences mostly of the economy unexpected strong recovery. So the chief economist at the Moody's Analytics also told that the fighting and sanctions that have disrupted Russia trade, global economy threatened to send prices ever, because most of the nations are holding up the stocks according to their requirement, because the artificial and the man-made factor responsible for the war is the holding of the crude oil. To be the crude oil prices have been skyrocketing, and most of the nations are holding down the stocks without any export. So in Russia and Ukraine have added to 12% of the world oil and 70% of its natural gases. So another sector was the automobile sector, because this was also one of the most hit area, because rise in the oil prices continue to shortage of semiconductors, chips, and rare metal prices are also impacted. So we can see the international commodity market is also impacted. So Ukraine is also home to the many manufacturing car companies and automakers and spare parts. So as per the report in the Wall Street Journal, they say that most of the raw material that goes from Ukraine to the European automobile companies has shut down its factories in the countries also. So this will have a huge impact in terms of the cost of production and other things. And we can see that the global economy is training under a range of burdens, surging inflation, supply chain, and tumbling stock prices. So the Ukraine crisis both magnified each threat and complicated the potential issue. So we can see that what are the policy suggestions that we can give to the government, and already the government of India is working on it. One is the export restrictions. What is the export restrictions strategies and what items to be imported and exported? The another thing was the controlling the petrol and oil prices um, through the government policies and decreasing the sales on petrol and petrol by the central government and state government. Another is the BOP. How is the balance of payment is going to impact, because when the export keeps on increasing, and during the crisis also we can see that there is a currency depreciation of Indian rupee also. And another way is to shift it to ethanol production, and another way is to strategic stocking hold of the strategic oil resources. Petrol also is one thing, and the another thing is the wheat prices, because due to the global crisis, we can see the wheat prices in Gujarat, Rajasthan, UP, they have crossed their margin. And the thing is that Food Corporation of India should maintain an adequate stock at the national level, because through more export promotion is also going to cost the Indian economy in the long run. And we can see that India can turn back to the renewable source of energy, and we can see the electronic vehicles also plays a very important role to shift to the renewable source. And so those are the things like cement, gas, automobile prices, and all other commodity prices are increasing. So what will be the strategy of the other nation, and how this process is going to impact the Indian economy in terms of financial markets also, because financial markets and how it will impact the stock markets. So we need to have a look and see that how best the economic impact of war can be minimized, all through that like damage to the infrastructure.
Saroj, another 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So rise in the national debt, and inflation is, of course, food inflation is going up. And another is the innovation, how the innovations will take place. As we have seen, the decline in the working population, and increase in the energy prices, metal prices, food prices, supply chain, and the stock market, and all those things. So, so we have to have another like Indian Monetary Fund is also saying this is going to impact the Indian economy in huge way. But as per the RBI report, it has been saying that it will not have a huge impact on the trade, because India is having good terms with the Russian economy, and we have to wait and see what the government of India will do. Thanks for giving the opportunity, and I thank the coordinators and the chair for giving the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Swaraj, for an interesting talk and very trendy. Currently, it is very relevant. And nice to hear your talk after a long time.
Yes, sir. Thanks for giving the opportunity, sir.
Yes, sir.
And look forward to have your suggestions and recommendations.
Yes. Thanks to Professor Krishna for that. Yes. Any questions from the forum? The forum is open for discussion. Any comments or suggestions? Okay, Basaraj, what is the expected impact on the crude oil price in India with this crisis?
Sir, I didn't do that analysis, but in terms of, as you said, it has a huge impact on the transport sector. As I was mentioning, India is like transforming to use the renewable sources of energy and ethanol production. And we can see the electronic vehicles are also coming in huge ways. So we can see like at the macro level, I have not done that analysis, but of course, as you said, it will have impact.
Like Russia is selling at a discount to India, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So maybe crude oil prices will be managed better. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In the future, as you said, you have correctly pointed out, sir. Because India have a good relation with the like Russia, but the thing is that like the crude oil prices are like prices are declared by the OPEC countries. So we need to see. At present, they are holding lot their petrol for the war purpose, sir. But in terms of how it will impact the global market, that we need to look, sir, and have a look on that,
Sure,
sir.
sure. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from audience or the participants? Thank you, Basaraj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving opportunity. Sir. Thank all members.
Shamim, Mohammed Shamim. Mohammed Shamim is there?
Hello, sir. Yes, I am here, sir. 1 second.
Yeah. Please stay. Yeah. Save our time.
Hello, sir. Am I audible enough, sir?
Yes, Shamim.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Mohammed Shaneem. The topic I'm talking about is public infrastructure development and energy consumption, a study on Indian transport sector. This is a joint work with Krishna Reddy, sir. So coming to the summary of the study, it's an appraisal of the impact of public spending in transport infrastructure and performance of the transport infrastructure, economic growth on energy consumption of transport sector in India for the period 1987 to 2019. This study proposes the integration of energy consumption perspective into the domain of literature on public spending. Coming to transport infrastructure, the mobility of people, goods, information runs the economy on the whole in the modern society. More than that, transport infrastructure is meant to be significant for resource mobilization and productivity augmentation, economies of agglomeration, employment generation, labor productivity, and most importantly, the poverty reduction. And coming to infrastructure development, it's becoming a major policy matter in both developed and developing countries. And increased public investment in transport infrastructure makes the competitive advantage for the region in terms of the location for production and trade. And post-economic reform period, the capital spending in infrastructure in India has positively affected the economic growth, which later stimulated demand for infrastructure development also. Is my presentation moving, sir?
Not. It's not moving. You just change from there itself. No need to. Yeah. Go to second. It's fine now. Go to second.
Okay, I guess I have to pull it like this.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sir, yeah. I hope I'll go with this way. So, and apart from this, infrastructure spending is viewed as a decisive in stimulating the economy, especially in the face of recession. Government consumption expenditure, 2020. And bringing the energy question to this, the growth potential and the thrive of development of the 1.21 billion population, the energy consumption is supposed to be increasing over the years. Transport sector is one of the intense consumer of energy globally, especially fossil fuels. And historically, 80s and 60s, 50s and 60s, transport sector was the largest consumer of energy in India, which eventually reduced to the latest number 10.22% in the final energy consumption. So the prominent literature, prominent section of the literature on the studies based on transport are in two ways: transport infrastructure and economic growth relationship, and transport sector and energy consumption relationship. So in the absence of this study, it brings these 3 points to a 1 point. And the context of this study is the $1.5 trillion national infrastructure pipeline project of which is supposed to be in 2020 to 2020 year. The sectors like roads, railways, urban infrastructure, and energy had a major share in the NIP, according to the Ministry of Finance. And so their impact on the impact of NIP and other programs like National Rail Plan and Sagarmala project, which is proposed by the government, on the energy consumption level is the context of the study. Coming to the review of literature, I'm not going in deep, but the basic premises of the study is based on 3 sets of literature, beginning from the public infrastructure investment impact on the economy, followed by the studies on transport infrastructure specifically, and finally the energy consumption from the transport sector. And coming to the theoretical perspective of public investment in this infrastructure, the Wagner's law and endogenous growth theories are brought. And this is explained in the literature much, but the Raymond 2020, which I finally make as a conclusion, states that the public investment in spending in infrastructure enables to reach higher output potential of the economy, as they can be Keynesian demand stimulus in the short run and neoclassical supply stimulus in the long run. Now coming to the analysis part, the impact of public spending in transport infrastructure performance, and economic growth on transport sector energy consumption is studied. For transport infrastructure development is mostly predominantly funded by union government and state government. So the combined spending of these government in both capital and revenue expenditure head from Indian public statistics is considered. And 2 indexes are developed. One is Transport Infrastructure Performance Index and Transport Energy Consumption Index. Coming to the description of the variables, for infrastructure performance index, we have 8 variables used. And energy index for transportation, we used oil consumption from PP Statistical Review of World Energy, and electricity consumption on transport from the energy statistics of MOSPI. And for public spending, as I explained, from Indian Public Finance Statistics is considered. Now coming to the analysis part, this is the results of PCA. Now coming to the model, it's like transport energy is the function of public performance in transport infrastructure performance index, and public spending in transport infrastructure and GDP. So as analysis, so 3 parts are there: stationary properties of the variables, then long and short term relationship studied with inertial bound test approach, and FMOLS, DOLS, and CCR models for long run elasticity. So I feel like I'll go directly to the analysis part so that you to trust is this, and ARDL bound test. Now coming to the insights from the study, I guess I'll keep it for a second. Hold on that. So coming to the insight, the public spending variable is supposed to have a negative impact on the energy consumption level. This is very much positive for accelerating government initiative in the sector. And the essence of long run and short run association between transport infrastructure performance and GDP with energy consumption estimate the higher demand for transport infrastructure services in the country. And the progression of economy and improved quality of people will result in higher demand for mobility, which is reflected in the transport infrastructure performance in the study. And the relation with public spending in transport infrastructure and infrastructure performance on the energy consumption will be a point for policymakers to have the optimum level to find out. And the error correction term incorporated in the model also show a moderate speed in convergence to the equilibrium. So I'm going again back to you can see the transport, public spending, transport have a negative impact, and infrastructure in performance index and GDP having a positive impact. Now coming to the long-run co-integration analysis based on FMOLS, DOLS, and CCR also have the similar results of the RDL. So the point comes that negative impact of public spending in the transport sector on energy consumption can be of different reasons. So the higher investment in public transport sector infrastructure includes the roads, bridges, and other things. This reduces the distance between the location, which reduces the energy consumption by different means of transport. And the sophistication of road in terms of surface, width, etc. also contribute to the energy savings. And the progressive investment in the railway sector in India shifted the dependence of the railway on coal and diesel engines to the more energy-saving electric locomotive. The development of public transport system over the years has directly reduced the use of private vehicles, which also reduces the total energy consumption by the sector. And the positive association of transport infrastructure performance and GDP with the energy consumption reflects the demand-driven perspective of the sector. The variables employed in the construction of transport performance index will explain this better. The socio-economic development of people will be supplemented by the higher demand for the mobility, which is mirrored in the high use of transport infrastructure in the country. And the GDP growth over the steady period complements the estimated results regarding the long-run relationship also. And coming to the conclusion, as this is an appraisal of growth, public spending in the transport infrastructure, the study period mainly consists of the years of structural transformation of Indian economy, which was formally activated in 1991. The growth accelerating economic policies based on liberalization and the high focus of government spending on the social overhead capital have in the era makes transport infrastructure spending as a major thing for government. And coming to the policy inferences, I would suggest that government public spending on the infrastructure development increasing over the years. The integrated infrastructure development planning programs like Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti announced in Union Budget of 2022. And apart from this, there are many state-wise spending also coming from the different governments. So as this study integrated the energy consumption perspective also, the policymakers should also concern about this in their infrastructure development programs also. And more than the demand for urban centers, especially with the rapid growth of tier 2 and tier 3 cities in the country, there should be a concern for rural transport consumption, transport development and consumption also. The extension of this study would be by including environmental impact question and sector-specific economic output analysis, which can provide further understanding of the transport sector and sector-specific energy policy in the country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shamim, for the beautiful presentation and on a very interesting topic. Yes, any questions or comments from the audience or the forum? Anyone working in this area? Shamim, you have used ARDL model, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
It's one thing is the number of the variables years is 33, so ARDL concept approach is better with a small number of variables, small time series, and the second thing is related to the integration, order of integration with multiple integration, order of integration also ARDL bound test gives better results.
Yeah, but do you think that there exists a long-run relationship between energy consumption and public transport?
Yes, sir, there is a research showing so.
Yeah, no, but is there any priori you are considering? Because it's a long-run relationship, so probably you need some theoretical understanding on that. Would you like to?
Understanding in that way is missing. But we have empirical studies, Pradhan and Bakshi have reported so. But as I am focusing more on the public spending aspect, we'll go on.
Okay, in case if ARDL is not available, what would be the next best method to understand this relationship?
I haven't approached in that way, sir. I guess dynamic ARPL also might have given better.
Okay, okay. So what is your basic finding that with the
Basic,
what is the
basic,
inference final
uh,
basic
yeah.
bottom line? Yeah.
Bottom line is government spending programs like NIP can make higher impact on energy consumption level, but there should be enough space for the supply side of energy also.
Okay, but here you are mentioning only one type of energy, I understand.
No, sir. I made a index of energy consumption. So I mentioned both oil consumption and electricity are used. Or electricity basically meant for railway and oil basically for road and other transportation.
Okay, but is there any possibility of substitution between these two that have you captured?
No, sir. I opted for PCA and directly used that.
Okay, okay, okay. That's all from my side. Any other questions, audience, participants? Professor Prashant, I think you work in this area.
Yeah, I have listened even you, including your comments. Actually, when we analyze about public spending and its association with energy consumptions, particularly he has taken the data for public expenditure on infrastructures, particularly transport infrastructure. First of all, I guess extracting those data is one sort of big difficult task, and particularly only for whether that I want to first get clarification on that whether actually it is the data for transport sectors, public expenditure on transport sectors. And the
Yeah, sir.
second, yeah, if it is yes, then second is that if we have used this association between energy consumptions and you are finding there is a energy consumption is declining when there is an increase in public expenditure infrastructure, that is a good sign. And another important variable you are missing from the model is that you have to take the growth aspect. Suppose this infrastructure in transport sector is the major investment government is doing, and if it is promoting growth at the same time without increasing or curtailing this energy consumption expenditure, energy consumption, then that is a well sign. I think that is a good thing for the country. So you have to incorporate growth aspect, whether this sector is promoting to growth and how it is impact on energy consumption have implication towards sustainable development and environmental issues or CO2 emissions. Those aspect it will have implications. So unless you incorporate those variables, then probably only from this we may not draw any meaningful inferences, particularly whether it is declining. You are taking it is declining, obviously we should expect when there is public spending on transport infrastructure is increasing, obviously there should be energy consumption should increase. Okay, and then it would have it will promote growth, but it will have adverse impact on environmental issues. So but unless you to my suggestion is you should incorporate that another two variables like GDP in growth as well as CO2 emission, so that you can look as a holistic perspective whether this investment in this particular sector is promoting growth and whether that growth is a sustainable growth or not.
Okay, sir. So my reply is first of all, data is available. Like Indian public finance statistics is available. So it's my yearly data. So for 80s from 87, the point 87 is because data before that is not available. So it's from annual reports I have extracted. Especially there is the if you go to that, there is road, bridges, and civil aviation, ports and lights. There is a special heads in this combined expenditure. From that yearly data is extracted. Second thing regarding the growth data, the growth relationship is showing, and why I didn't went to sectoral level is that is another next part of the analysis in my research, sir. So I thought that will be separate. And regarding the CO2 emission, I also mentioned that extension of the study can be including the CO2 emission part. But the problem is the already public spending in the infrastructure, transport, energy consumption and the growth. Three different growth aspects of the literature is included. Once emission is also included, it will be much more broader. So I thought like much more specific would be good. But I accept your suggestion. We will look forward to that.
And regarding modeling, Professor Gauri Shankar already pointed out that you should have suitable plausible explanation why will you took ARDL, okay? And because you should first check the stationarity other things, not only the limited, considering the limited observations, you can directly go into ARDL, but you look at the stationarity, and depending upon the results, you can proceed whether you can use ARDL or not. Because otherwise, if you go for co-integration, other kind of things, and suppose if you all are at same level, order of integration is same level, you can go for co-integration. Just look at those aspects, modeling aspect also. So if modeling would be appropriate, then you may get different kind of results. Possibility even this energy consumption may the coefficient may be positive. Okay, so that may reverse. So kindly look into that before look at both modeling. First of all, go by the time series properties, and after the time series properties, you properly choose the model.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Prashant. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Shamim. Thank you for presentation and responses. Yeah, Sunil Meher.
Yes, sir. I'm available, sir.
Please go ahead. Try to complete within stipulated time of 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Good afternoon, all. I am Sunil Meher, doing MPhil Economics in University of Hyderabad, and I'm very delighted to present my paper in this today's national conference. And I especially thanks Dr. Krishna Reddy sir, who is also my supervisor. And please bear with me because I have sore throat. I got fever from last 2-3 days, so please bear with me. So, am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay. So prior to my paper, I'm going to I want to discuss some informal discussion I want to do. Like here we are present, like 20-25 people were present here. Sir, is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, okay. Please give me a minute.
Must be there. Let me check.
Now?
No, Sunil, at least for me, it is not showing. If others can confirm.
No, you have to share your screen, Sunil.
Yes. I'm sharing, but it's not coming.
Okay.
Now it's
Now it's visible.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are ready to go. So my topic is on overweight and obesity, and I'll be discussing the trends and prevalence of adult men and women in India. So here we are present 20-30 people, and we are the educated mass, but most of us are very much not conscious about our BMI, I guess, like body mass index. Most of us, we don't know of BMI or nutritional knowledge, maybe like. So what actually motivates me to do this work is actually that I'm a fitness freak guy, so that's why I do this work. So yeah, this is the basically the definition from WHO, a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So obesity lead to adverse metabolic effects on blood pressure, cholesterol, and insulin resistance, and it has also heart disease, diabetes, and it's given by World Health Organization 2016. So what are obesity and overweight? So basically, in simpler word, we can say that overweight and obesity is nothing but it's overnutrition, and it's the accumulation of excessive fat in our body. That's called obesity and okay. So the standard measure for obesity and overweight is through body mass index, and it's been used to see the nutritional status, and it is defined as the person's weight in kilograms divided by the square of his height in meters. So according to WHO, the standard measurement of overweight is if the body mass index is greater than or equal to 25, then they are categorized as overweight. And if the BMI is greater than or equal to 30, then they are categorized as obese, or they fall into the obesity group. So one interesting stats that's given by WHO in 2002 is that nearly 1 in 3 persons, they are malnutrition. They falls in the category of malnutrition, and we generally know malnutrition as wasting, stunting, or undernutrition. We are more concerned about undernutrition, but we are not so much concerned about overweight or obesity, as I guess, because in our India, so many schemes have been like Poshan and all have been introduced to eradicate the undernutrition thing, but there is not any significant policy has been introduced, I guess, for overweight or obesity. That we will look later part. Then these are some stats. In 2016, more than 1.9 billion adults aged 18s, they were overweight, and around 650 million adults were obese. Okay, so I'll just go quickly. So these are all the stats, like 39% of adult is 18 and over, they are overweight. And okay, so the 340 million children and adolescents aged 5 to 19 were overweight or obese in 2016. In 2019, an estimates of 38.2 million children were the age of 5 years, those who were overweight. While just under 1% of children and adolescents aged 5 to 19 were obese in 1975, more than 124 million children and adolescents were obese in 2016. So there is a very surge in the incidence. And overweight and obesity are linked to more deaths worldwide than underweight. So this is a very critical statement. I am not me giving. So globally, there are more people who are obese than underweight. This occurs in every region except parts of sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. In India, the women are more obese than men. That is 41%, 88% of women, they are obese, and 38.67% they are it's of men. And in urban rural ratio also, it's 44%. Sorry. Okay, so over 40 and under 40, like it's of age only. The age of over 40, that is 45.81% of they are overweight or obese, and under 40 it's 34.58%. And if we take education, then 44.6% those who have completed college, they are obese or overweight, and 38% they are uneducated. So it's basically the paper from 2020, M. Venkatrao, R. Nagaratan, they have given. So in NFHS 3 data also, so I'll go quickly, there's so much slides are there. So yeah, there are so many health consequences related to overweight and obesity, like cardiovascular disease, mainly heart disease and strokes, which are related to overweight and obesity. Cancers also, like breast cancers, ovarian cancer, liver, gallbladder, kidney, and colon cancer is also related to this. And yeah, basically I have given what motivates me to do this study. So this is a literature review. So I'll give some global scenario. So obesity has reached epidemic proportion and is a major contributor to the global burden of chronic diseases and disability. And it's given by KLT ENW, and it's in 2008. And in USA also, more than half people, half population of adults is overweight, and nearly a quarter is obese. So basically, all this literacy review, I'm just skipping it, and I'll give some Indian scenario. That in most of the developing nation, India is struggling to eradicate the problems of undernutrition and anemia. Meanwhile, the country already witnessed the overweight and obesity problem. India has more than 30 million obese people, and the number is increasing informingly, and it's in NFHS 2. In India, the prevalence of overweight and obesity has increased over the past decade. The prevalence of overweight increased from 8.4% to 15.5% among women between 1998 to 2015, and the prevalence of obesity increased from 2.2% to 5.1% over the same period. So yeah, obesity and overweight has very much has economic cost and economic implication it has, because health, we see health as both investment goods and consumption good. It is given by Grossman 1972, the classic Grossman. So there are great difference between normal body weight and obesity. So yeah, I'll just skip all these things. And yeah, COVID-19 and obesity is also very much related. A study reveals that patients with overweight and obesity and they are at risk for mortality and intubation compared to those with normal BMI, and it's of 2020 paper. So yeah, socioeconomic and demographic factors, those that are related to obesity and overweight also. So yeah, overweight and obesity was high among the women who lived in urban areas, and it is differed by religion, age, caste, and work status. It also different from region to region, food habits, lifestyle, genetic factors, and many other factors were the determinants of obesity. And it's given by IPS in 2000. The overweight discrimination is documented in all the key areas of living, including growth and development, educational process, employment structure, and provision of healthcare. And my study for this is a tiny part of my MPhil work. I'm working on some other area. So my objective is to just show the trends and levels of overweight and obesity in India, and I'll link it to the gender, age, residence, and education. So yeah, data sources
Will,
is
can
taken from
you,
analysis.
yeah, another
Yes,
couple
sir,
of
yes, sir.
minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, data has been taken from NFHS 2, NFHS 3, and NFHS 4. NFHS is National Family Health Survey. So yeah. Between the age of 15 to 49, I have taken all the data from age to 15 to 49. And nutritional indicators, as I have already discussed, body mass index. So below 18.5 BMI, it's underweight, and 18.5 to 24.9, it's normal, and above for 25, it's overweight, and above 30, it's obese. Yeah, some background variables as we will look into the data. So yeah, basically these are the analysis second, third, and fourth round, and we can see that there is increasing trend. We can see in women also from 12 to 6 to 20.7, 9.7 to 19.6, and in totality also it's 9.3 to 18.9. And it is the Yeah, basically we can see here the red areas. They are more. There are more obese people present there, and we can see Telangana is also in this red category. Odisha is also in this red category, and it's the source is from NFHS4 only. So yeah, as I have already discussed the trends, this is showing trends, women who are overweight, obese. And according to age, so as we see, the age is increasing between 15 to 24. The orange person, that is very less, and 35 to 49%, that is silver color, that is more. And in education also, as education for no education it's less, and for higher education it's more. And in urban areas the prevalence is more, the overhead is more. And in the highest income group also it is more than all the others. And in case of men also, it's like very much similar only. You can see in urban areas it's very much high, that in 2005-6 it's 15.9, and in 2015 and 16 it's 26.6. In education also, higher the education, there is more prevalence of obesity and overweight there. Okay, so I'll conclude. So we saw then an increasing trend of overweight and obesity in India, and higher the income group, there is high prevalence. The educational level is also a positive relation with overweight and obesity, and comparison to rural area, urban areas have shown an increase in obesity or overweight. So policy suggestion, as I have already discussed, we as India, we know malnutrition as only the undernutrition thing. When we discuss about malnutrition, one things stuck in our mind that yeah, it's about undernutrition only. But malnutrition is not about only undernutrition. It also about the overnutrition thing. So in global hunger index, we are ranked 94 out of 107. So in a case we are dealing with that undernutrition thing, but along with that, one more alarming thing with which we are dealing is the overnutrition and obesity thing. As we are normalizing this fact, but it's it should be focused, because there are so many policies have been implemented for undernutrition, but no any particular scheme has been implemented yet for overnutrition for this. And for this, there should be more awareness, and the knowledge of nutrition is must much needed in school education also to do this thing. So thank you. I'll conclude with this.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you very much. Yes, it's on health economics. Anyone working in this area or otherwise can also comment.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. So I agree with what he has done. Actually, these are but these are very obvious trends in obesity in India. And when you study India and obesity at the same hand, it generalizes too much. Because in India, according to studies, especially by by IHME, it can be seen that India is not one country when it comes to epidemiology. It is actually a list of 4 zones based on the epidemiological transitions. So there is a high ETL state, there are low, middle, high, middle, and very low ETL states. What I mean by that is that states which have higher burden of non-communicable diseases over the burden of communicable diseases. So when it comes to obesity, too, this trend is very visible. So if you take obesity across these 4 sections, using the theory of epidemiological transition, you can see that there is a lot of difference, and even some differentials that you mentioned about men and women education, sometimes it reverses. For example, in Kerala, obesity sometimes, does not reflect this socio-economic gradient, that is more educated or more obese. It's not like that. It's because it's a high ETL state. So an SC/ST person is equally like is their probability of being obese or overweight is almost equal to that of a person belonging to a higher economic group. So that's one thing. Second thing is BMI may be a very poor indicator of obesity in the current context of studying obesity in India. More good option would be to analyze the waist to hip ratio. So obesity, mainly what you mean by obesity here is the abdominal adiposity. So what is the fat that you accumulate in your abdominal region? So that is a better indicator, because you have connected obesity to high blood pressure, sugar, etc. So there the most important factor actually is the abdominal adiposity, because if you say BMI, and if you correlate it with other health conditions in India, for example, if you take the vitamin E deficiency, very obese people are also vitamin E deficient. So you cannot say that obesity is like having a high BMI is an indicator of having overnutrition. It is not overnutrition. These people may be deficient in key minerals. So that's the second thing. Third thing is in economics, especially now, you have emergence of lots of behavioral economics frameworks to analyze obesity. So one such framework, which was made famous by the founder of behavioral economics, is the concept of intertemporal substitution. So why are people obese? So that's the main question. Nowhere in the world, including in the Western countries that you mentioned, obesity has been solved. Obesity is an issue which cannot be solved. So there are many behavioral economic interventions and many randomized control trials to address this, but every one of them failed because people always prefer short-term utility, short-term appeasement to long-term, satisfaction. So they consume more in the short term. So these aspects should also be considered. And Delhi School of Economics has already done a very good study on obesity and its behavioral factors. Although the results are very obvious to an epidemiologist, but hey, it's economics, so people may become more impressed if we use behavioral economics frameworks, even though they may give very little insights. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, can I respond?
Yeah, within a minute, short.
Yeah,
We are running
yeah.
out.
Thanks, Cyril, for your insightful suggestions and all. And uh, what you said is it can't be solved. That's why we are studying, no, like as researcher, if it can't be solved, then it doesn't that we can't study on that or what. Like as we are all educational mass present here, but we don't even work out, I think 1 hour to 2 hour a day, and that's must for our body. Okay, so we don't know what our BMI nutritional status. We are not aware about the nutritional education. So basically my point is that only. And yeah, what you said is that BMI is not a poor indicator of obesity and all, but uh, I will work on this. It's a part of my MPhil work, and I will work on this. And thanks for your suggestions and all. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Sunil, yes, it's an interesting work and under progress. So you best is to narrow down a bit more, like instead of going for a different kind of categories of people, like as you mentioned on school children, maybe you can focus a part of it, any particular group. I think you may get a bit or any workforce or wherever you think is more relevant. That will narrow down the things, and you can be very specific, understanding nutritional needs as well as you have mentioned on over nutrition.
Okay, sir.
And
Thank you, sir.
also some variables you need to be careful, like you are mentioning on education, for instance. Okay. So the policy implications will be sometime very surprising or they may not sound very logical, like educated, highly educated, obesity is more. So, but solution won't come by that people should be less educated, right? So try to look at more on a health indicators like age is there, as you mentioned, gender and many other aspects, which you know better, than just very common factors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
My
that
intention is
will.
not that it will be implemented on
No,
that.
I'm not telling
uh,
that. So yeah, why do you want to look at education?
I just
Is
want
it
to show.
related? Is
Yes.
it related to that? Maybe a
Okay, sir.
particular kind of life skill or life set,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
profession may work. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, any one channel is there? No. Okay. So I'll just find out whether Ramana has joined.
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, Ramana is there.
Okay. I just made Krishna. I'll just take one more name. G. Baburao. Okay. So then after Ramu's presentation, we'll conclude it, whatever may be the thing, so that we'll complete it within the time. Yeah. Ramu, go ahead and try to complete within 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ramlu. My PhD topic is cryptocurrencies production in India. Though my main topic is adoption of cryptocurrencies, now I'm not presenting my main work. Basically, I will try to give you an overview of the circumstances surrounding cryptocurrency ecosystem in India. Basically, there are 4 types of participants in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. One is developers, second one is entrepreneurs, that includes cryptocurrency exchanges, and software developers and end users. My PhD basically focused on end users. The basic question of my PhD work is, why do they want to own cryptocurrencies? And as part of my PhD work, we classified motivating factors to invest in cryptocurrencies into 4 categories. One is technical, personal, social, and economic. And after classification of these things, we did a field survey. But since cryptocurrencies offer high privacy and given the anonymity of transactions, we could not trace many users. Thereafter, we went, this time did the survey using Google Forms. So no. The thing is that I just give a brief introduction of what cryptocurrencies are. Cryptocurrencies are basically private currencies which are not issued by central governments like fiat currencies. They operate in a decentralized peer-to-peer payment system, and they are not regulated by any government agency or centralized authority. So cryptocurrencies allow any individual to send and receive payments instantaneously without the intervention of any financial institutions, governments, or trusted third party. Cryptocurrency industry has drawn a huge attention, especially from the investors, regulators, and researchers due to high investment opportunities, the transparency they offer, and the drastic changes in the prices and the underlying technology that cryptocurrencies offer. The prices of several cryptocurrencies reached record-breaking levels during the year 2020 as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent economic crisis and inflation rates around the world. Apart from this, there was an increase in the global mass adoption of cryptocurrencies. When it comes to India, we are the second most populous country in the world with 1 billion people, and around 40% of the population has access to internet and telecom services. So in the recent years, India has been undergoing economic resonance in connection with cryptocurrencies. the popularity of cryptocurrencies has also increased after the announcement of demonetization of high denomination notes in November 2016. With the increased popularity of cryptocurrency among the masses, for the first time, RBI cautioned public regarding using cryptocurrencies with their circulars. RBI issued two circulars in first one in February 2017 and December 2017. In those two circulars, RBI clearly stated that people should be cautious while they are investing in cryptocurrencies. And later in November 2017, Interministerial Committee, high-level Interministerial Committee was constituted to make recommendations on whether to ban private cryptocurrencies in India. Later, the committee reported its findings in 2018, and it recommended a complete blanket ban on cryptocurrencies. Meanwhile, in 2018, RBI issued a circular prohibiting banking and financial institutions barring from providing services to cryptocurrency exchanges. This led to a difficult situation in the Indian cryptocurrency exchange system, where users, those who have already invested in cryptocurrencies, they could not convert their money either from fiat to crypto or crypto to fiat. During this difficult time, a Bangalore-based startup named Vazilex came with an innovative idea. It introduced automated auto-matching peer-to-peer engine service, which uses escrow servicing system. Suppose A wants to send some cryptocurrency to B. Earlier they used to do fiat transfers using banking services, but 2008 RBI circular prohibited banks from providing services. Now what A will do is that he will directly send cryptocurrency to any cryptocurrency exchange, and B will send the money to the cryptocurrency exchange. Once the agreement between exchange and both the parties is confirmed, cryptocurrency exchange will directly transfer the cryptocurrency to the receiver. So this made huge revolution, and it helped crypto users during the difficult time, and it in a way solved the problem of fiat to cryptocurrency conversions. And later, Reliance was taken over by Binance, which is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world now, and in March 2018. Sorry, just a minute. However, in February 2022, the recommendations in March 2020, the Supreme Court of India struck down the RBI circular of 2008, saying that barring cryptocurrency exchanges from gaining banking services would be disproportionate, since there is no legal ban on cryptocurrencies in India. So after the Supreme Court judgment, the ban was removed on cryptocurrency exchanges, and this led to massive adoption of cryptocurrencies in India. And recently, the government also proposed 30% taxes on cryptocurrency gains, and government also proposed to introduce a central bank digital currency named Lakshmi Coin, which will in a way increase the adoption of cryptocurrencies in India. So the ecosystem in India is in a way is not either there is no complete ban nor it's accepted. So what I'm trying to say is that I think instead of imposing a blanket ban, India should embrace cryptocurrencies, because there are multiple applications of cryptocurrencies which would in a way enhance the development of country digitally. So I think this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ramani. Any questions? Quick questions. Ramanu, can you quickly, in a minute, can you tell on the argument on banning cryptocurrencies?
Welcome.
Yeah.
Sir, the thing is that, there are many countries that have tried to either regulate cryptocurrencies or ban cryptocurrencies, but their efforts did not yield any fruitful results, because the thing is that it's very difficult to regulate cryptocurrencies since they operate in a peer-to-peer network system. So until and unless we entirely shut down the internet system, it's very difficult to completely shut down the cryptocurrencies. And when it comes to regulating cryptocurrency, the government could possibly impose any taxes when any user tries to convert their cryptocurrencies to fiat currency. That is the only possible way the government can tax. Once suppose if I have some money, if I put it in any cryptocurrency, government will not be able to trace my investments in cryptocurrencies. The only option where the government can tax my gains or my investment is when I try to encash my cryptocurrencies into any fiat currencies. That's the only possible way the government can impose any taxes. And when it comes to regulations, it's highly impossible to ban the cryptocurrencies altogether. And very good example is China. It tried more than 10 times, and whenever they announced any ban, the prices went down, but later they could not ban completely. And recently with Ukraine and Russia war, Russia is trying to look towards crypto due to the global sanctions that were imposed. Sir, did I answer that?
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Thank you for that. So, Professor Krishna, I think we completed.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for all the presenters here. There are a lot of interesting paper from war conflicts to health, food security, food crypto, infrastructure and energy, handloom. Then also a lot of young scholars and also undergraduate students also given opportunity to present here. And thank you, Professor Krishna Reddy, for giving such an opportunity to young scholars. And I am very fortunate to attend these talks and learn. It was a great learning. Thank you for this invitation. All over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gauri for firstly finishing it on time. So that's more important because the valedictory, it's
yes.
Speaker is going to join at 3:30 sharp. We would like to start. And as you rightly said, I think this is one of the also good session, in about 2 days, where we have a lot of interaction when compared to the morning to now. I think most of them are present, and by joining Dr. Prashant Kumar Panda has also added for active interaction, and other participants also as Cyril also joined, and Dr. Jyoti. I think others, that's really very interesting to see a wide variety of issues at a length, and I'm sure all this discussion, the comments would definitely help them to work on the comments. Particularly, I really appreciate Himasri, who is a BA student. I really appreciate her confidence and the interest to take part of it. So we thought let her also give an opportunity to do that. I think she has done her best to that. So once again, I thank you all of you for for taking part of this, and I request to stay all of you to for the valedictory program, which is going to start in another 5 minutes. I think already Professor Lekha Chakrabarti from NIPAP has joined, who is the guest of honor and also one of the main speaker for the valedictory. I hope our the ICSR chairman also will join very soon. So with that, we'll conclude this technical session. Once again, I thank you, Dr. Gauri Shankar and Dr. Nagaraju. Nagaraju has to he's left because of some other meeting has come up something. But yeah, thank you, Dr. Gauri Shankar, for successfully and very active involving everyone to make the lively session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, please wait for another 5 minutes to start, and we'll announce the last program.
Krishna, am I audible?
Yeah, yes, madam. You are audible, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to join from my system where I can open my camera. Let me try. Okay.
Yeah, fine, madam. That will be great.
Okay.
Just wait for 2 minutes. Sir, kindly join, sir. Sir, sir, kindly join, sir. We are all joined, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think our ICCF chairman is also joining in a minute. Once he joins, we'll start. students have joined. All right. I think Sir also joined. Sir, am I audible, sir? Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Sir. So we will start now without delay. And Professor Naresh Kumar also has joined. Sir Naresh, sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, very much so, Krishna Reddy.
Yeah, yes, sir. So thank you very much. And finally, we have reached the valedictory of the 2 days national seminar. It was very thought-provoking discussion, and very interesting paper presentations we had for the last 2 days. So with the inaugural, as we all know, Professor Bhamurthy was the chief guest, and Professor Venkatachalam and Professor Indrakant was the guest of honors, and also the keynote speaker was Professor Ashwini Mahajan. It was also very lively and interesting session with all active participation of the participants, and more than 100 people were joining the inaugural session. Whereas the last the 2 days we discussed almost around 40 papers, and we had without break. Even today, we have not given any break because it's an online. People are coming and going, so we given enough time for the every paper presenter to present, and also given enough time for the discussion, so that the comments from the experts can take and the work on that. So we almost the participation, if you look at geographically, I think around 25 states almost we have touched upon and covered all the states from the even we had 3 submissions from abroad as well, and by and large, of course, in India, by including all the major national importance institutes. So in that way, I feel very happy that today the final concluding session. So we have the 2 eminent personalities for this valedictory program. One is our ICSR chairman, the Kanagappa Sabapati Sir, and Professor Lekha Chakrabarti for the valedictory. So now I invite Professor Naresh Kumar Sharma sir for the welcome address and chair this valedictory session and complete the proceedings, sir. Over to you, Naresh Kumar Sharma sir.
Thank you, Krishna. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is a wonderful occasion to be in the concluding session, valedictory session of this 2-day national seminar on Indian economic development and self-reliance since 1947. And I am really happy to associate with this initiative that is put together by 2 very young and very enthusiastic and energetic faculty colleagues of mine. Dr. Krishna Reddy, we have seen his dynamism not only in the seminar, but even outside seminar in his academic achievements and his activities, but also about this novelty that I think is the first time that an academic unit of the university, like School of Economics, is having a joint seminar, academic seminar, with the Office of the Dean of the Students' Welfare, DSW. So this is also an interesting feature, and that's why I said 2 of our young, but Dean is also a very young and dynamic professor of sociology here. I suppose that he will be joining if he is not already there. But both of them are very wonderful to have them there. And Dr. Raman Murthy, Professor Raman Murthy, our dean is here. Professor Kanagaswapati, Professor Rekha Chakravarti, my faculty colleagues, our students, and participants from various parts of the country in the seminar. This is really my pleasure to chair this session and also to welcome you all, and more specifically to welcome the chief guest of this function, valedictory function, and also guest of honor, chief guest Professor Kanaga Savapati, and guest of honor Professor Rekha Chakraborty. This is, in fact, in some sense, a challenging topic also. Maybe you will permit me to spend 2-3 minutes. I will not take more than that time before handing over to our chief guest and guest of honor. Challenging in the sense that, especially in economics, when you self-reliance, self-reliance as a political term, I think it has a one kind of currency. And it is more easily understandable that it will evoke certain kind of connotation and denotation. But when you say in economics, sometimes you will be wondering about, are we talking about autarky? And economists generally do not like autarky. They know that exchanges are very important. How the exchange should be, how we should have a environment that where we are not dominated by others in exchange. Those are the concerns, and not that we should not be having exchanges and we should be going back to self-reliance is not self-sufficiency in that sense. And once we say that, well, we welcome exchanges, the self-reliance means that on our own strength we do. Then it becomes that nuanced understanding of what we mean by self-reliance in that case. So if we are as a strong economy and we are taking things from the rest of the world that we need, and we are giving things that we can offer to the rest of the world, then what the self-reliance as an operational concept becomes useful. And so it is requires a very nuanced and very sophisticated understanding that what we mean by that when we go on that. And that's why there will be an enormous amount of debate and discussion on these kind of topics. I must say that from the very inaugural session and through the seminar, both from the invited papers and contributed papers, and I'm very happy to note that there are a large number of scholars, young scholars, research scholars who have also contributed papers to this effort. But from that, you find that there have been discussions, there have been talks which have been taken a very long view, right from 1947 onwards, and there are which are also focusing on the contemporary scene, that how it is to be taken. This in various segments, various sectors, various aspects. And it has been a very long journey from the 1947, when, as somebody in the inaugural session itself mentioned, that moving from an economy which was at one time turned from ship to mouth, that food security or food self-reliance was the most important. But it was, I must say, one of the most important, because right in the beginning, we also knew that industrial development is extremely, extremely important. And we credit in particular the second 5-year plan. And that has been a matter of debate. There are people who have also criticized that we went to a very that is capital intensive development rather than caring about the employment. It could not take care of employment. That heavy industry oriented the second 5-year plan onwards. But we I think take on board that these are all attempts at that we stand on our own feet, whether it was forays into green revolution, and there have been, it has been such a lively topic that there have been also a very large number of critics. I'm not talking about today, not in 90s and 21st century, when concerns about chemical farming became very the negative effects of that. But even before that, the concerns about inequalities, regional inequality in particular, I remember, I think it was Keith Griffin and many others who talked about the green revolution to red revolution when you have so many inequalities, regional inequalities emerging out of that. And there were those kind of concerns all along. In particular, one may refer to that if you look at the 15 years before 1966, defining once is up to 64, 65 from 50, 1952, then from 66, 67 to, if you leave out the drought years that happened, that was a singularity 67, it happened, to say 80, 81, another 15 years. One finds that average productivity growth was not higher in the post-green revolution compared to pre-green revolution period in terms of food grains. It was very fast in some areas, but it was more spread out pre-green revolution. And rest of the thing, for example, rice has been a more resistant plant to hybrid. So you used to talk about improved varieties, not hybrid varieties of rice. Green revolution was not just about seeds. Sometimes you have talked about that. It was also about investment. It was about credit institutions, creating all kinds of institutions. Likewise, industrial also it was somewhere linked to that. That if you have, in fact, in early plan, I find the intensive area plan was so that if it is high yield comes in a limited area, there will be greater marketable surplus. And we can supply cheap food to the industrial labor. How do you have industrial development without that cheap food to the industrial labor? So they are all somewhere connected. And now we have come a long way forward that what kind of technology we bring to use, what kind of institution we bring to use. And after, say, almost 30 years of globalization, we are again talking about self-reliance, and it has to be in a nuanced form and a different form than the 50s, 60s, and so on and so forth. So world has changed a lot. And seeing that all these issues being debated is very, very nice. With these few words, let me say a few words, because the real introduction of any academic is what they are going to tell us here. So by way of introduction, I will be very brief. We have very eminent, two eminent persons. Dr. P. Kanaga Savapati is chairman of Indian Council of Social Science Research and former director of Tamil Nadu Institute of Urban Studies, Coimbatore. The interesting part, the very significant part is that I have, in fact, been associated with the people who have said that where does our Indian thought and Indian thinking heritage is reflected in social science, not just in economics, that where some elements of those are incorporated. There are a small number of people, those who have been working on in this line, and it is a very pleasing aspect that his special interest is to study from a native perspective the Indian economic, social, business and management systems. I know one person who has been a scholar at MIT who has been focusing on Kautilya, that how that has brought about much more deeper understanding of economic systems, almost 2000 years before whom we call father of economics, Adam Smith, without belittling anybody's contribution. So these are very, very important, I think, contributions, and somebody devoted to that, I think, should be respected, and I do that. Professor Kanaga Savapati has published several papers and 5 books, and special mention may be made of his book, Indian Models, Economy, Business and Management, as an illustration of his initiative in Indianization of economics and management education. Sir, it is a great pleasure to welcome you as chief guest to this function. Let me say a few words about Professor Lekha Chakraborty. As I said, that both eminent economists, most of our academicians will know, but some young students, they do not know, maybe say a few words for their benefit. Professor Chakraborty is a professor at National Institute of Public Finance and Policy She is a member of governing body of the International Institute of Public Finance, Munich, and a research affiliate at the Levy Economics Institute of Bard College, New York. Special mention may be made of her contribution to gender budgeting. As you know that these are very, very important issues where I think the greater participation, especially half the humanities, how that takes part and how that is recognized is extremely, extremely important. And we should be all very sensitive to these kind of issues. Her areas of interest include public finance, fiscal federalism, extractive sector economics, financing, human development, and of course, as you mentioned, gender budgeting. She has published prolifically, not only in the learned academic journals, research papers, and books, but equally importantly, she has been spreading the economic insights to the people at large through numerous newspaper publications. She has worked for numerous international organizations such as IMF, World Bank, UNDP, UNESCAP, UN Women, and the Commonwealth Secretariat. She has won several awards, and it is my pleasure to welcome Professor Lekha Chakraborty to this function. Welcome, madam. May I now request the chief guest, Professor Kananga Subhapati, to deliver his chief guest address.
Namaskar. Professor Naresh Kumar Sharma, respected Professor Lekha Chakrabarti Madam, Dr. Krishna Reddy Garu, Professor Ramana Murthy, Dean, academic fraternity, and my dear young scholars. I am extremely happy to participate in the valedictory function of the national seminar. I am particularly impressed when I saw the theme, Indian economic development and self-reliance since 1947. Some of us, we are involved in studying the Indian systems from the functioning point of view through field studies. And I fully agree with the theme given, that India, after independence, in fact, India has always remained self-reliant. India is not just a nation, it's a civilization, perhaps the longest living civilization in the whole world. If we see the economic data of the previous centuries, we come to know that India remained as one of the most prosperous or the most prosperous country in the world. Angus Madison's data shows during the last 2 millennia, for about 1,700 plus years, we remained at the top along with China. But Britishers destroyed our economy systematically. So as a result, at the time of independence, in fact, even before independence, we were made poor. So if we take independence as the cutoff point, the economic details, macroeconomic details for India, we get from 1950-51. If we see the 1950-51 data, 18% was the literacy rate at that time, because our entire education system was completely destroyed by the Britishers. 18% was the literacy rate. Average age of life expectancy ratio was just 32.1 years. 45% of the people were living below poverty line, and about 80% of the population were dependent on agriculture and rural activity and for their livelihood, because the business systems, other crafts and other industrial activities were completely destroyed. So this was the position. We were one of the poorest countries among the large countries in the world. But today, if you see, after 74 years, even today we have several problems, because India is such a large country. Even today we have miles to go, we have targets to achieve. But in spite of it, if you see, today we are the third largest economy in terms of GDP, purchasing power parity term. And this year, we are the fastest growing economy in the world with 9.2% growth rate. And a few years back, London Business School had estimated that there were 85 million entrepreneurs, 8.5 crore entrepreneurs in India, perhaps the largest number in the world. And all the research bodies, international agencies, all of them unanimously say that India is the most potential nation today. So 74 years back, we were a poor nation. Now we are one of the, perhaps the most potential nation in the world. Why? What is the reason for this? This is in spite of confusions and contradictions at the policy making level. If you take the global economic history, no other country in the world has made such a U-turn in a period of just 7 decades. 7 decades back, one of the poorest, today one of the most potential nation. Why? What is the nation? Because basically India is a self-reliant country. Basically, Indians are entrepreneurial people. We go to the fields and make our studies. Basically, our Indians are a different set of people. This is because by our very nature, we tend to be self-reliant. Several years back, in Vridhanidhi, Sage said, self-employment is the best status in life. So everybody, even today, to a large extent in many of different parts of the country, you see people being engaged in self-employment activities. I understand that even today, about 45-46% of the people are self-employed. You compare it with Western countries, largely it will be in single digits. So this is a completely different nation. If you take the economic growth of India, development of India, the last 60-70 years, it is largely driven by the SME sector, MSME sector. Of course, big industries also played a role, but it is largely the MSME sector contributing more than 2/3. If you take the MSME sectors, they are concentrated in about 3,500 clusters, what we call centers. They are technically called as clusters, industrial, business, agricultural clusters. If you see the growth of these clusters, you will understand the development of India, self-reliant nature of India. You take Rajkot, 1960s, there was nothing. Two persons decide to take up this diesel engine work. I would not say manufacturing initially, but they started on their own using a foreign machine, Leicester brand machine. And within a few years, Rajkot became the largest diesel engine center. And now Rajkot is one of the major engineering clusters of the world. They make all kinds of products. So like this, you take Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, 1985, 14 crore exports. Today, 35,000 crore exports. Another 20-25,000 crores local sales. So totally about 60,000 crores. These are just two examples. You take Surat, one town, two businesses. Diamond trade last year turnover was 80,000 crores. Textile last year turnover was 90,000 crores. Totally 1,70,000 crores. Most of these business centers are self-made. They are developed by the very ordinary people of this country, whom we call less educated, having less financial backgrounds. It is they who have made this possible. And as a result, India has been growing. So our growth model is something unique, something different. It's a self-reliant model. This is in spite of the policymakers at the top level not knowing about it. This has been happening. So India's growth rate story is something different, which all of us academicians have to study, because we remain largely as island. We teach textbooks sincerely. Much of our theories, economic, financial, management theories, are largely written by the Westerners or our own people, borrowing concepts from them. No, these concepts won't work. They don't work at the in the real field. No. We have enormous strengths as a nation. Family is a very important strength. society is a very important thing. Social capital, we have abundant social capital, as a result of which our business economic activities are happening very easily. You compare it with the individualistic societies like the Western countries, whether it is America or UK or much of Europe. Their social capital is completely absent. As a result, savings also less. Savings are in single digit in many of the Western countries, whereas for the last 15 years in India, it has always been more than 30%. Last year, it was more than 31.2%, if I remember correct. Why? Why do our people save money? Because they consider that it is their duty to save as much money as possible so that the next generation would lead a better life. So that is how millions of enterprises are being promoted. As a result, today we have almost more than 63 million small businesses in this country, employing more than 120 million people. This is the largest sector, all promoted by the ordinary sections of this society. And they are not in just one activity or two activity. They are in all types of activities, engineering, including exports. If you take diamond industry, today we are dominating the global scene. About 70% of the diamond businesses that are happening at the international level, from Belgium, which is having the a city called capital of diamond capital. We are the largest players in that particular field. And in many other fields, we are players, not just at the local level, but at the top level also. And a lot of innovations are happening at the ground level. A few years back, Department of Science and Technology noted that about 30% of the innovations in India takes place through what we call illiterates, very ordinary people of the country doing their business in upcountry areas, rural areas. So as economists, as scholars, as professors, we have to understand that there is a functioning system that is there. In fact, whatever was helping us to remain as a power for several centuries together is helping us to emerge as a potential flourishing country even today. So there is a gap between our understanding of the economics, our understanding of the business, which is largely textbook oriented, and what is happening at the ground level. So it is time for us to look at India afresh, her economic activities, her business activities, so that we will be able to appreciate, understand better, and contribute also. So in my opinion, the self-reliance of India started as soon as we got political freedom. In fact, one of the earlier authors noted that when India attained political freedom, then our people thought we already got economic freedom also. So even in the so-called socialistic era, our people have started our activities. In fact, many of the major clusters that I have visited in different parts of the country, the original seeds were sown in the 1950s, 60s, and early 70s. So even when our macroeconomic policy was something related to socialism, our people started their work. And this continued in spite of this globalized nature of policies. And as a result, we try to be self-reliant as much as possible. Fortunately, in the last 4 or 5 years, Government of India has been taking very serious steps. It could be Make in India, or several entrepreneurial initiatives are being taken. One of the first things that this government did was to remove the earlier planning commission and establish this Niti Aayog. If you have chance, you please go through the cabinet resolution dated January 1, 2015 to establish this Niti Aayog. It says very clearly that hereafter policy making in India would be based on Indian realities. So I think that's what is happening now, as a result of which our imports are getting reduced. And as we often say, in 2014-15, there was only two mobile manufacturing companies, and we have more than 200 now. We have always been importing all defense-related items. Now today we are exporting defense equipment. So these positive developments are happening. India has 1/6 of humanity. We cannot depend on others for our livelihood and other activities. And India is by nature entrepreneurial, capable of working out her own solutions, and we have to understand this. So as academicians, as scholars, it is our duty to help our country to grow, to go on the path of self-reliance, for which, we may have to conduct studies, we may have to help our local industries, local agricultural activities. These things we can do. So I appreciate the organizers of this program for organizing this kind of seminar. I'm very, very happy to participate in it. For want of time, please allow me to finish my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Kanak Sabapati, I think he has very nicely and succinctly summarized some of the salient features of what we understand by self-reliance, and has brought this element that it is not very surprising that because he has traced it to the nature of what we are, which is, I think, very interesting, and he has already given many statistical indicators. Maybe if you permit, I'll add an anecdote. It was about 20 or 30 years ago. I'm in Hyderabad, and I was near the Nampally station, and somewhere I had gone to get a key made for a lock, for his key was lost. And he started chatting. He was also quite young at that time. I started saying that why people don't do knockery to others. Quite clearly that if you look at his earnings, one will think that he will want to get better if he gets opportunity for children, he'll do that. He says that I'm very happy because I am master of my own destiny. I can decide what to do, how to organize my work, and so on and so forth. I think it also captures that spirit that Professor Kanak Sabapati talked about. And I think it is displayed in very many aspects, starting from our agricultural organization, which is full of risks. And this was going on before we started talking about insurance and all that. Now we want to make it more secure. But this has been part of those who have this long view. And the long view also comes from that. So thank you very much, sir, to point out so many things that how we have been able to transform in such a short period from the state we are left in spite of our inherent features due to colonization's rapacious stripping of our economy that where we started off, and sided effort that came from people and the institutions as well. So thank you very much for this insightful address.
Thank you, sir.
Now,
Sir will be leaving. Yes, sir. I think sir is going to attend another meeting.
Yes.
He will be leaving. Sir, thank you very much for kindly accepting.
Thank you. Thank you. Lekaji, I'm very sorry I'm not able to listen to you, your presentation. Sometime I'll meet you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have another meeting at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So now I invite Professor Lekha Chakraborty to deliver her address as a guest of honor for this function. Professor Chakraborty.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Professor, you are audible.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and it's always a pleasure when Dr. Krishna Reddy, asks me to deliver a talk for his students. It's a wonderful occasion for me in that sense. And I met him in Sirius in 2007, so it's a long-term relationship, and it was wonderful listening to Professor Naresh and Professor Kanaka Sabapati, the chairperson of ICSSR. And today's my talk, one moment, I will speak from my mobile. I think it will be a little more clearer, I think. I'll just switch it on.
It's clear, madam.
Okay. This is fine. Better, no?
Previous one is the better, madam.
I think one of the ones if you mute, one of the ones if you also reduce the volume. If both are on at the same time, echo will come.
Is it fine now?
So maybe the volume of one device you bring to zero. Because when you're speaking, I think it sounded feedback. So you use any one of them, but only one of them.
Clear?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Okay. Now it's clear, no?
Yes.
It is fine. Clear.
Or the earlier one was better because I'm finding some echo issues as I opened. Earlier one was better.
The earlier one is the best one.
Okay, then I will
First
switch
one,
on.
when you started, I think it is good. But I think both of them are mute.
Now it's fine?
Yeah, now it's very clear.
Okay. So I will use this then. Okay. My topic of conversation today is, fiscal responses to the COVID pandemic. And, Krishna asked me to speak a little about the gender budgeting as a public financial management tool, in the post-COVID recovery economy as well. So I will combine the macroeconomic perspectives as a post-pandemic strategy along with, gender budgeting as a public financial management tool. And, this is a time of Ukraine, Russia war. So a lot of uncertainties we need to tackle, especially this mounting uncertainties in terms of inflationary pressures, then energy, that prices are volatile now. And also, we need to tackle the kind of the strategic reserve we have in case there will be an oil shock. So the trade, the inflation, and other macroeconomic uncertainties are mounting. At the same time, we also have another global economic pressure from US Federal Reserve in terms of, they're increasing their, the policy rates. So how we can defend our policy rates to respond to the US Fed Reserve. So these are the global challenges, but at the same time, internally, we need to keep the growth path, that growth recovery path moving on before we think about a normalization procedure. So this is a kind of political uncertainty and the political dilemma we face. And let me unpack the statement what I made. From the central bank perspective, if you are a central bank governor, what exactly you are going to do? You keep the policy rate status quo, or you increase the policy rates to respond to the mounting inflationary pressures and also, the mounting pressures from the RBI, the US Fed Reserve towards RBI, and the other global economic uncertainties. So what exactly you're going to do? This is a dilemma in the central bank. And now, other than Jayant Verma, who is an MPC member, all the other members are unanimously agreeing to a point that we need to keep the interest rate status quo or lower so that the economic recovery will be, smoothened. But at the same time, Jayant Verma's concern is that the reputation of the central bank or RBI will be at stake if we will not be able to control the inflationary pressures or the mounting pressures from the US Fed Reserve and the capital flight, if it occurs, then the reputation of the central bank will be at risk. So this is a dilemma. And, as a Rubini has written a wonderful paper, against the backdrop of this Russia-Ukraine war, what is about this macroeconomic uncertainties. And in that paper also, he mentioned that the central bank is in a bind. Either way, if you raise the interest rates, that's going to affect the growth recovery. But if you keep the interest rate status quo, then, anchoring the inflationary expectations that may go off board. So that de-anchoring, process of the inflationary expectations, that's a matter of huge concern. So you can understand the dilemma from the perspective of monetary policy stance. Now come to the fiscal perspectives. When the monetary policy has these kind of dilemma in responding to this crisis, what exactly the fiscal policy makers can do? Do we have enough leverage to operate on the fiscal policy front, or fiscal policy is equally constrained to respond to this pandemic, when we think about the growth recovery process? And two things I would love to highlight here. One is the macroeconomic, the macro fiscal framework itself. And you know that there are limitations regarding the macro fiscal framework, in the sense, over the years, what we have was, we need to keep the fiscal rule intact. We have to keep the fiscal deficit at 3% of GDP. But at the same time, we need to look into the capital infrastructure, and we also need to look into the mounting humanitarian crisis in the post-pandemic era. But fiscal risk, that's a new area of research, in which, world acknowledged that our deficits and debts are very high. So what are the kind of fiscal risk we need to tackle when we, cross the bridge? Right now, we are not thinking about high fiscal deficit or high debt, because accommodative fiscal policy is very crucial for the growth recovery process. So we are thinking about the fiscal risk only when, that recovery process, or when that humanitarian crisis is tackled. But if you look at the budget credibility, and if you look at the debt deficit dynamics, two kinds of research can happen in the post-pandemic era. One is, what is the promises you gave to the people, and what is the actual estimates? So this kind of research will be very crucial to look into the budget credibility. That's one. Second thing is the fiscal risk. If you have mounting debt and deficits, then, beyond a point, if your interest payments as a part of the revenue receipts is mounting, then, it crowds in. It crowds out in the revenue spending. You understand what I'm trying to say? Within the revenue spending, if a considerable chunk of your revenue spending is going in terms of the interest payments, then what is available for your non-interest payment revenue spending will be limited. So what is your concern or your strategy to deal with this when we talk about the mounting debt and deficits to tackle the crisis? So here, one quick answer is, you look into the macroeconomic parameters of the rate of interest and the growth of economy. And, if the rate of interest, R, is greater than the rate of growth of economy, then of course you have to eventually monetize your deficit. Because the question of fiscal space, that, it's not only the levels of fiscal deficit that matter, you need to look into how you finance your deficit. So if the financing pattern of the deficit is through the gross market borrowings, then what happens is that, beyond a point, when your R is greater than G, then you cannot go on with your bond financing of deficit. Then you have to think about other alternative sources of financing the deficit, and monetization of deficit may be, one of the strong alternatives then. But India is not in a mood to even talk about the monetization of deficit, in the sense, till late 80s, we have monetized deficit. And the issues which happened then was inflationary pressures were mounting, and it also led to a kind of fiscal profligacy in the economy. So right now, once again, if you open the monetization of deficit as a process to finance the deficit, so there is a fear that it can mount the inflationary pressures further, and it can also lead to fiscal profligacy. But if you're not opening the monetization of debt, when revenues are uncertain, when you cannot even tackle with the compression of expenditure, because if you do revenue compression, that's a kind of a inhuman, or that's not fair in terms of compressing expenditure in the time of pandemic. So here the question is, what is the ways in which you can increase your fiscal space? Because here fiscal policy tool is an important tool to tackle the pandemic when the monetary policy tool has got its own limitations. Now, how to tackle this? How we have to enhance the fiscal space? what government of India, as you know it better than me, that we have gone towards the disinvestment proceeds or the privatization as a wonderful means of increasing the policy space. But what happened? Our aspirations. We thought that we are going to get a lot of revenue. That's exactly the capital receipts. It's not the revenue receipt. It's a non-debt creating capital receipts from selling or the asset monetization or selling the what do you call the public sector entities. But what happened is that, other than the aviation sector, other than Air India, we have not got any favorable responses, or we were not able to proceed the privatization further. And now, with the uncertainties from the global front, this IPO regarding the LIC, we don't know, because March 11th, we were supposed to think about this LIC issue, but now with the mounting uncertainties from the external front, we are not certain about LIC as well. So we don't have enough resources to enhance the fiscal space. Now the crucial question is, a finance minister should ask the people that where is money, where is the money? Or we need to enhance the fiscal space using an alternative form of financing the deficit, because now we are reaching towards a strong point that either you enhance your fiscal space or do an expenditure compression. So here, the only source of consolation is that we can do a little bit of revenue reprioritization, because the effectiveness of public expenditure is a matter of crucial concern, and we need to tackle the effectiveness or the efficacy of whatever money that the money spent, how it is translated into outcome. There's a little bit of leverage over there. But once you correct that, even then, unless we have money, then how we are going to enhance the spending? And there are elements of expenditure compression in the Union Budget 2022. If you look at it meticulously, of course, the narrative was that we will increase the capital spending, and that capital infrastructure will crowd in the private corporate investment. So that was a narrative. And that is well taken, because for an economy to be in a permanent growth path, the capital infrastructure investment is very crucial, and that's welcome. But if you look into the revenue spending, many components relate to the employer of last resort policies, the food security, and the health mission. You can see that there is a drastic reduction in the spending related to the revenue expenditure. So are we assuming that in the time of pandemic, the revenue spending is bad? Or if you have to focus only on the capital spending for a growth recovery process, then I do have strong disagreement over there, because revenue deficit is a matter of concern. But if we go towards the golden rule, what is golden rule as per the fiscal norms? That all what we earn through our revenue receipts, we need to spend exactly that on the revenue expenditure, so that the revenue deficit will be zero, and whatever we borrow will directly go for the capital spending purpose. But in the time of pandemic, we cannot even think about that golden rule of phasing out revenue deficit. Revenue deficit is mounting, but there is a tendency in this budget to control the revenue deficit. It was mounting. It was like 7% of GDP in the last budget, and even our fiscal deficit was 9.2% last year. But this year, we have not gone towards a very strict normalization path, in the sense we go back to the original 3%. But instead of that, what we thought that we keep it medium term. We keep it medium term in the sense by 25-26, we have to take the economy back to the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio back to 4.5. And it's not the initial equilibrium of 3% to GDP. It is 4%. Why 4.5? Because all what I could gather is that, there was a tendency to clean up the kind of off-budget borrowings in the last budget, right? We have gone for, incorporating a part of the off-budget liabilities into the fiscal deficit. That Food Corporation of India, that has happened last year. So that's why, it may be 9.2, but the 9.2% of fiscal deficit to GDP, that was not entirely the new expenditure priorities or the new expenditures we designed to tackle the pandemic, but it was a part of fiscal transparency or budget transparency as well. But it is very well taken because budget transparency is a crucial issue. And in the states of Kerala also, we are talking about, budget transparency, like the borrowing that is happening through a public sector entity or a corporate body, KIFBI, that's getting into a lot of issues. But the question is how you enhance your fiscal space. There, Telangana model, that we have to learn a lot from that model, in the sense Telangana was a new state and they needed the fiscal space to dream about what you call as a high growth trajectory. So what Telangana government has done is they have done an elongation of their debt maturity structure, in the sense they have taken long-term bonds and they have reduced the short-term bonds in the the debt market, in the sense the refinancing risk is postponed. So that's a way Telangana was doing. But the plus and minus of that model we can debate later. But that's one way of buying fiscal space and cleaning up the debt maturity structure to operate or take the trajectory to a high growth path. And even central bank, our RBI, has done a kind of operation twist. Operation twist in the sense RBI has engaged into and bond market operations, in the sense they bought a lot of long-term bonds and they sell a lot of short-term bonds, so that there could be a liquidity infusion into the economy, which is helpful for the growth recovery process. So that's one way. And also they have engaged into a lot of targeted repo rate or repo operations to providing liquidity infusion into the stress sectors. These are the ways in which RBI supported, they have done a heavy lifting to support the economy, which is pandemic driven. So, but you can read the work of Joseph Stiglitz and Rashid. The title of that paper is "Which Stimulus Works? Which Economic Stimulus Works?" So, in that paper, what Stiglitz and Rashid caution is that what is this credit infusion related economic stimulus packages? That is, of course, supply led. And when you have the economic stimulus packages which are supply side in nature, if you don't trigger your demand side, then the multiplier effects can be limited. In the sense, if I am an entrepreneur, if I have confidence about the market, if I have confidence about the demand, then only I will go for the credit offtake, or the whenever RBI will come up with the credit deployment. If I have to access, I need to be confident about the economic activity which I am going to do, and the repayment. It has to be from the economic activity which I engage. So this is quite reflected in the credit deployment statistics of RBI. If you look into in the credit deployment statistics, large banks accessed the credit deployment, but the medium term and the short term, the micro enterprises, they have not accessed the credit deployment the way the large industries accessed. So why there is an uneven access to the credit deployment? So when predominantly the narrative of the government is that we will tackle the pandemic ridden economy through the credit infusion, and if the credit access is uneven, that is of course leading to an uneven growth recovery. And Professor Naresh has already pointed out about the uneven recovery and the inequalities that is mounting. So what is there in the fiscal policy and the monetary policy to look into this redistribution issues and inequality issues as a response to the pandemic? The answer, you don't get it complete, because growth recovery was the process they have given focused on. But looking into the humanitarian or the financing human development aspects, like food security issues, or when a government acting as an employer of last resort, or the social infrastructure, especially dealing with the digital divide in the education sector, that's affecting the gross enrollment ratio. effective gross enrollment, that's what we are talking, and also the amount required for, the investment in the health sector. When we look into all these aspects, the question is whether the overall macroeconomic framework of the pandemic package was focusing just on the growth, economic growth, or have we thought about an economic paradigm which takes us beyond the economic growth process towards financing human development, and also because the humanitarian crisis is mounting, what are the components in it? So I do believe outside the purview of this budget, because budget has not touched upon these questions at all. That's what I believe, because they have focused on growth recovery process by focusing on the CapEx, capital infrastructure, as a predominant way to address the growth recovery. So I do believe that the welfare models of the growth process, that, I think there will be an announcement soon with a supplementary demand for grants and all, maybe an announcement which deals with the food security, employment of last resort, other kind of social infrastructure investment which we require in the economy, and these aspects. And that's important, that's very crucial, and we have to wait and see related to these things. Now, why there is a fiscal dominance? Why the fiscal policy has to, do the heavy lifting now? That shows the limitations of monetary policy or credit related, the economic stimulus package to trigger the economy. In the sense, if you look at the policy rates, the interest rate, that's a cost of credit. We have kept it at the lower levels, at the 4% since May 2020. From March to May, we reduced it a little bit. Then from May 2020 onwards, we kept it at status quo. But if you look at the relationship between the economic recovery and, the interest rate, that relationship is not one-to-one. If you are getting a recovery, when we keep the interest rates lower, then, things would have been different. But interest rate is not everything. And empirical evidence also suggests that, if you increase the public investment, that leads to crowding in of private corporate investment. But in the determination of in the determination of investment, if we look into that models, it's not the interest rate that's the significant determinant. Of course, it's insignificant, but it is the coefficients are relatively lower than when compared to public investment, public infrastructure investment. So, I also have a paper on this. This paper I have written with Rishikesh Vinod, the econometrician, and, my colleague Karan in IMF. So in that paper, students can take a look into that paper that is published in Handbook of Statistics, which was published by Elsevier. So in that Handbook of Statistics, this paper that encouraging private corporate investment in India, using the Me-Boot analysis. So students can take a look into that. Me-Boot is nothing but it's a maximum entropy ensembles, that bootstrapping methodology. Because when we were looking to the question of what determines private corporate investment, our time series, that was a limited time series. So when your time series is short, and when you also have to encounter the stationarity issues, I know that Professor Naresh or Professor Krishna have taught you the econometric issues when you do the modeling. So our issues were like the variables were integrated of different order of the when you look into the stationarity test, that's a pre-test before you run your models. So when your variables are of mixed I0 and I1, they're not integrated of the same order, then you are stuck. So there are many econometric methodologies in which you can clean up that. And you can use ARDL, or you can use Todo Yamamoto, that econometric paper model. You look into the order of integration and the number of lakhs, and you take a decision over there if you're looking into the Todo Yamamoto. But we used the Me-Boot, and Me-Boot is of course developed by the co-author I mentioned, Professor Rishikesh Vinod. And here, the short time series, they increase the ensembles. Ensembles, it's like the reincarnations, instead of 30 or 35 years or 40 years, using that ensembles that, maybe 999 observations, you can do that reincarnations, and your new beta that coefficient, and if you look into the confidence interval and decide whether that beta is significant or not, it's not from the short term, because in the econometrics you cannot arrive at a coefficient from a very short time series methodology. So leave those like technological or methodological details. My submission to you is public investment in this empirical model. They appeared as one of the significant or the significant variable to attract private corporate investment. So that's the point. From the position of strength, our finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman has taken up, and she emphasized her narrative of this fiscal policy stance in our country, that public investment attracts private corporate investment, and that is very crucial for the growth economic recovery process. So that's it, and it's welcome, because it's refuting the neoclassical paradigm and the crowding out. You know about it. The theoretical or the textbook economics, which Professor Kanaka Sabapathy also mentioned earlier, that many of the practical world experiences, we understand that the textbook models don't work at all. And one of the example is this neoclassical model, that the moment you have a rise in your public investment, that's going to displace your private corporate investment. That's the way we studied in our textbooks, a kind of crowding out. It's in the real crowding out terms and also in the financial crowding out, because Krishna knows that I have written a book on fiscal consolidation, budget deficits and macroeconomic activity. In that, one of the chapters I looked into this crowding out question, and that's prior to the pandemic. This book was published, but that time India was not in a mood to think about all these things, because that time talking about high fiscal deficit or high debt is like what? That was the way we reacted. But now, this narrative of high fiscal deficit and high debt is quite okay, because this accommodative fiscal space is very crucial for the growth recovery process. But that time, when I wrote the book, the market sentiments of the economists, only a few economists which belong to the heterodox school of thought, who believe that high deficits, a timely deficit is crucial for the growth recovery process. But now we own that narrative, that deficit is good and we need not fear the deficit. And one of the arguments of fearing the deficit is crowding out. But in the last budget, we heard that finance minister, she, from a position of strength, she owned that thing, that high deficit is good. You don't have to fear the deficit. We have excessive deficit procedure, that medium term growth, fiscal deficit to GDP path is ready, that by 2025 we will tackle all these things, but the timely deficit is good. So that's the way the narrative goes on. And this paper, you take a look, and that chapter in my book also, you will be able to understand the theoretical framework in which, where it is coming from. What exactly was announced in the budget by, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and those details of the taxonomy of the crowding out and crowding in, because it's a preemption of loanable funds from the economy. Through the preemption of loanable funds in the economy, you're financing your deficit. So the question here is, if you preempt the resources from the loanable funds, can it increase the rate of interest? In turn, it can crowd out. This is called the financial crowding out, but every time it doesn't happen. Deficit is not the villain that leads to the rise in the interest rates. The interest rate is determined through many other factors, including the global uncertainties, your output gap. There are many inflationary expectations. There are many variables which get into the interest rate determination. So if you look into the interest rate determination in our country, as I mentioned earlier, it is based on the inflation targeting framework, where you peg your interest rate, you peg your policy rates based on inflation that anchor from inflationary expectations and also from the output gap. But here, output gap again is a very, very controversial variable. What exactly is output gap? Output gap is the difference between your potential output and your actual output. And the potential output is generated through the econometric methodologies, in which you take the series, leave the cyclicality elements, and you call the trend as your potential. But arriving potential output through these kind of econometric methodologies itself is a matter of concern. And another theoretical or analytical perspective, this potential output or the output gap, that concept, the validity of that concept is only when there are business cycles in the economy, right? And in the context of emerging economies, business cycles may not be the right kind of framework to talk about, the economic growth process, because you can take a look into that cyclist trend, that work of Geeta Gopinath, and in the Fiscal Monitor, that's a very good work. The Fiscal Monitor that's produced from IMF, to understand the global variables and the global movements of the macro fiscal and the other macro variables. Students can take a look into the Fiscal Monitor, where Geeta was leading that initiative before she joined the new position. So here in the paper of Geeta, that cyclist trend, there she mentioned that if the drop in the GDP that has happened right now, it is not cyclical, it is a permanent drop or a permanent scar, then using fiscal and the monetary policy as counter-cyclical policy tools, that may not work. That tackling the cyclicality elements of the deficit or tackling the cyclical elements, that will give us a growth return prior to the pandemic, then it's welcome. But why it's not happening? Just focusing on cyclicality, we are not able to get our growth to the prior pandemic or the prior crisis levels. That's why, this macroeconomic responses to the pandemic, it had two important components. One was like, of course, the instantaneous firefighting methodologies or the cyclicality elements. The other is we need to look into the questions of the structural, impediments in the country. Structural reforms are very crucial. That's why when you enhance the fiscal space through the policies, like instead of 3%, the state governments can go up to 4.5 or the 4% of deficit, the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio, then a part of it is also tied to the structural reforms. In the sense, this enhancement of 3 to 4%, 0.5% of that extra borrowing space is linked to the power sector reforms in their state. It's performance linked. So that's one way of addressing the structural concerns. And the other ways in which the government addressed is, of course, we have floated many things in the labor market, but a close look at it can tell us that why there was a quick ordinance way of getting into it without any proper tripartite consultations between labor management and the government. So those kind of crucial questions about the consultative process and why arriving at the labor courts, these are questions, but government is looking into the structural impediments, and we have twin deficit, twin balance sheet crisis. So we need to look into the balance sheet of, not only the fiscal balance sheet, but we also need to look into the corporate balance sheet as well as the bank balance sheet, and the cleansing process is required there also. And we have done recapitalization once to reach to this Basel norm, that capital adequacy ratio, but every time using the taxpayers' money for the recapitalization to cleanse the bank's balance sheet is also not possible. So these are matters of concern. And look at the financial stability report of RBI that was published in December 2021. What are the indications from that? Of course, right now, there are indications that the NPAs are under control. Bad bank is on board and NPAs are under control. But this temporary management of the non-performing assets might have happened because of this moratorium or the forbearance of the policies as a part of the economic stimulus package or the Atmanirbhar package. But in the long term, the stress test that was indicated in the financial stability report of RBI, that statistics or that data or that estimates, that's not good. That's showing that the NPAs may, increase in the long term. And we need to look into these issues. Why this is happening? On one side, when credit infusion is a predominant method of economic recovery process, but if we don't see a corresponding growth in the credit in the economy, then of course that leads to mounting non-performing assets, right? So these are matter of concerns when we focus on supply side narratives of economic stimulus packages? And what about demand side? And have you ever thought about how government can respond to the demand side stimulation and why government is not doing it? Unlike the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, she announced a major macro fiscal package for her country, but that is leading to overheating of economy and inflationary pressures are all there. But what she has done is this cash transfers into the hands of people, that was quite crucial, whether in the case of child care credit or in different forms, that direct benefit transfers, that predominantly the methodology of the huge macro fiscal stimulus. In our country, we could not do that because, of course, the fiscal space is a matter of concern. Where is the money? That's a question. But even then, the assumption was that the propensity to save may be higher than the propensity to spend. So those kind of cash transfers also may not go for increasing demand stimulation or anything in the economy. So this was the concern, and we have designed only very targeted cash transfers into the hands of people. For instance, Kisan Credit, that targeted transfers of rupees 9,000 for Kisans, that was announced. But it was a kind of a political economy perspective as well, because it's not a technocrat business to design this economic stimulus packages. Behind all these economic stimulus package or the fiscal decisions, there is a political economy working behind it, because it is ultimately linked to the mandate of the people for the government to come back to the power or to sustain the power, right? So there is a political economy. So as economists or as economic students, we need to look into the technical aspects of the macroeconomic responses to the pandemic, as well as what really worked. What are the components in the macroeconomic packages which really worked when we think about the political economy aspects. It was not like designing certain specific packages which is linked to the states which are going into elections. It was not like that manner it was announced in this budget this year, but this cash transfers to the rural voters, or especially the Kisans, that was one of the important thing. And food security, the welfare models, it worked very well. If you look into the election results of all the states, and predominant analysis is that it is more than majoritarianism versus minority or anything. It's beyond the sectional or caste or religion, economics of religion. It's the public finance narratives which helped to win the calculus of consent. So if the calculus of consent or the voting behavior is also equally relevant, it is not the freebies. The welfare models, the freebies can be a little different, but the welfare models means we need to tackle the food security crisis. We need to provide employment for the people. So these are very important. But in the welfare model, the focus was not exactly on providing employment. So the welfare models which we tried as a part of pandemic packages can be of short run. It cannot work longer given the limited fiscal space unless we, reinforce our understanding and emphasis on government acting as an employer of last resort. Because if I'm an economist, a heterodox school of thought, Krishna is also having the background of the heterodox economics background from CDS. So if you ask a heterodox economist, we do believe that the main public policy narrative to take from the demand side to trigger the economy back to the sustained growth path is provide employment. So in the decision of providing participation income to the hands of people or basic income to the hands of people, in that dilemma, given the limited fiscal space, the emphasis should be given to the government giving participation income for the people. In the sense, people participate in the economic activity and earn an income. But basic income, of course, in the times of pandemic for a short run, that is very crucial. But in the long term, it may not work. Because people who receive basic income also, empirical evidence showed that they look for employment as a long-term survival strategy. So these can be the judicious mix of the basic income and participation income can be short run, but participation income needs to be the predominant way to address the concerns of a pandemic ridden economy. So we need to strengthen the government as an employer of last resort. So that ELR, there is an international working group. We have not realized the importance of government providing employment, as a last resort, because you can see in many countries, I'm the part of the international working group of employer of last resort, ELR. In many countries, this giving importance to it is of course coming through the trade unions, public action that is leading to the public policy of emphasizing on the employer of last resort policies. But in our country, you might be remembering that the works done by GDRES in the field, that was quite crucial for the formulation of rights-based policy in our country. So giving emphasis to rights-based policy, that is very crucial, but right now somehow the narrative has shifted from the rights-based policy to the government acting as with minimum governance and minimum government acting as a provider of the capital infrastructure. Of course, this narrative is well taken, but it should not be that that alone. That's my concern. Revenue expenditure and the government acting as an employer of last resort is very crucial. So from outside the purview of this fiscal policy stance announced through the budget, I do feel that this welfare model, giving emphasis to the employer of last resort, will come back. That's what I feel, because if you look at the allocations, the fiscal marksmanship, you can see that the drastic reduction in the employment guarantee scheme. And of course, in the press conference after the budget, there was a discussion regarding why it has happened like this. Then we were given the promise that no, based on the demand, this allocation can go up. But my counter question is, if you don't protect it at the budget estimates level when you announce the budget, then it can get into the cycle of decision-making process at the third tier, at the local level, when they decide, providing employment to the people. And it can affect the time lag in which, they get the wages. And these are very crucial for the demand stimulation process. And, these are the ways in which you can counter the fiscal marksmanship questions. But government is very aware of the fiscal forecasting errors right now. In this budget, if you look at the estimates, they are very realistic estimates when compared to the last year or last but 1 year, in which, especially the non-debt capital creating receipts, the disinvestment proceeds, if you look into, there's a huge deviation between what was announced and what is actual. We aimed for 2.5 lakh crores or something, but we got just, peanuts from the disinvestment proceeds. And that affects the fiscal arithmetic. That's why in this year's budget, the budget credibility was given importance. The fiscal forecasting errors, that errors were minimized by projecting what is plausible. But right now, with this global uncertainties from the Russian war in Ukraine and all, whatever we decided about the fiscal proceeds from disinvestment and privatization and all will get affected. But that's a random factor, the fiscal forecasting errors can happen due to the bias of the policymaker, his assumptions and his models, as well as it can also happen through many random factors. And there is a study in an IPFP, we have looked into these issues, whether the fiscal marksmanship is random or whether it is because of the bias in the assumptions and the policy models of the fiscal policy maker. And in that study, we understood that in some of the macro fiscal parameters, the bias was just random, and that's well taken. It can happen. But in terms of tax projections, intergovernmental fiscal transfers, especially grants, and the capital spending, the bias was not random. And why the capital expenditure, the bias was not random? Because we had the fiscal rules, and the moment we cannot meet that 3% of fiscal GDP ratio, then we curtailed our capital spending. And over the years, there is an acceptance that it affected the growth recovery process by curtailing the capital spending. So that is also, that course correction is also done in this budget by giving emphasis to the capital spending. Over the years, we have over-adjusted to the fiscal rules by controlling the capital spending. And so that is also done this year. Second is what I mentioned about the tax projections, and these are era of revenue uncertainties, and that can happen. But last year, taxes were buoyant, and GST, things were buoyant, but we cannot take that as a long-term trend or anything. We need to look into these aspects, and intergovernmental fiscal transfers. I always think what holds our country together is the institutions, especially the federal institutions, and Finance Commission has got an important role to play over there. And over the years, the scientific formula-based transfers were given. That discretionary powers of the center government in providing transfers to the states, that is corrected the moment we have gone from or minimized this conditional transfers to unconditional transfers. So that is welcome. Now around 41% of the tax pool is going down to the states. That is very important for the fiscal space of the state level. Why I'm talking this? Because earlier, macroeconomic stabilization function was entirely of center government. Now, states are equally exposed to the macroeconomic uncertainties. When states are equally exposed to the macroeconomic uncertainties, when they are also asked to go to the market for funds, because center government, for the first time ever in the cooperative federalism, the subnational governments are also nudged to take decisions regarding markets. It's not the entitlement that center government will do the macroeconomic stabilization function in the era of pandemic, and they devolve the funds down to the state level. No, things have gone different. The center government is nudging the state governments to go into the market. So when that's the case, when principle of subsidiarity is a huge element in expenditure decision. What is principle of subsidiarity? That we need to take decisions which are closest to the people, right? Many things in the era of the health crisis, many decisions need to be taken at the level of the government which is closest to the people. And the fiscal space of subnational governments, that is very relevant in that case. And intergovernmental fiscal transfer is a huge mechanism in which we provide funds or finance to the state governments. It's not really the own tax revenue. So there is, over the years, there is a shift in the transfer of funds from the discretionary to the formula-based transfers. The conditional grants in the total intergovernmental fiscal transfer is on the decline, and we have based our fiscal transfer more or less on the unconditional grants, so that the states will get the space to prioritize their spending. So when we talk about the health crisis, the dual crisis, the health crisis and the macroeconomic crisis, it's not only the center government, but the state government also have to be, in tandem with the center government to deal with this crisis. And I heard from yesterday, we had a discussion, and Ashima Goyal was there, and Professor Charan Singh, the former IIM professor, Bangalore IIM professor, was there. So we were discussing about the next pandemic, that wave may peak next June. So what is the preparedness of our country towards that? When we talk about the fiscal policy responses to the pandemic, so that preparedness to deal with the crisis, and what could be that as a fiscal strategist, what could be that? He asked me. So my only submission was focus on public investment in health. That's the way I was, and Ashima also supported that argument that investment in the health sector is the predominant investment or the public expenditure decision we need to make. In the sense, so far we have increased public investment in health sector from 0.6 or something to 0.8% of GDP at the center government level. It's not even 1%. If you look at the numbers, it's less than 1% of the GDP. But increasing the public investment in health, other than the ad hoc kind of decisions, like you increase the spending, of course, for the vaccine rollout, that's very crucial. And as a responsiveness, you respond to certain crises to mitigate the crisis. Like that, we enhance the health expenditure, but use this crisis as an opportunity to enhance your health spending. Over the years, we curtailed many spending in social infrastructure. Now we are at the receiving end when the pandemic broke out. So at least now we need to focus on public investment in health sector to increase the primary, tertiary, secondary and tertiary infrastructure to focus on the personals. Because if you focus on health expenditure decisions from the perspective of providing insurance to the people, that may not be a right narrative. You know why? From this out-of-pocket spending, from the micro studies, the evidence shows that households go catastrophic when there is a huge element of household spending on health related spending. And studies also showed that even with a good lemon like insurance provided by the government, the households were going further catastrophic if they have to deal with the health spending. Why it's like that? Insurance is making the overall health system more expensive, or in the terms of the interpretation of coverage or anything, it's not 100%. There are elements or there are concerns related to providing health insurance to the people. So the public money in the investment in health sector needs to be in the form of insurance, or needs to be in the form of strengthening the public infrastructure, especially in the rural, public health infrastructure. That's a matter of, concern, and we need to take a call on this. Like, it's not the insurance that we look for. We look for very good, access to healthcare system. So that's the way, if we can focus on health, nothing like it. Krishna, I will stop here and look forward to the questions. Is that fine? We can open the floor. Professor Naresh, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Chakravarti. I think you have given a very, very rich share, a lot on the plate, and after the conference is over, the national seminar is over also, our students, I'm sure they will have a lot to digest, and you have, I think, from the dilemmas of public policy post-pandemic, starting from there to even slipping in issues of the time series, the econometric analysis, that what kind of issues are there, to various sector-specific things also. I think that I will not even attempt to summarize a few points. I will only say to Krishna Reddy that he should facilitate for the benefit of our students that a talk on the employer of last resort alone on that. It will be very nice to have that. I think we can open it for a few questions, Krishna.
Yes, sir. We can go for questions, sir.
So there are no questions in the chat, but if anybody would like to ask a question directly, maybe we can collect, I think, 2 or 3 questions so that we can put them together. Will that be okay, Lekhaji?
Yeah. Nothing to be added, sir.
We can collect the 2, 3, or 4 people who will like to ask questions. They can ask their questions, and then we can have a response at one go. Right. So it is open now. You can just raise your hands, and then you can unmute.
Yeah, even people can post in the message chat box also.
Yes, Philip. Cyril, please go ahead.
Hello, madam. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a disagreement with some of the last concluding remarks that you had about insurance. Because I was studying public funded health insurance in Kerala. So it is which produces diametrically opposite results than what you said. I agree about the general, the general perception about this insurance in rest of the country, but not in Kerala. Because in Kerala, the government has reserved most of the benefit packages to itself. So even in 2019-20, the government had diverted about 78% of all volumes of claims towards itself. and it is the about policy of the Kerala government to use these revenues only for public health infrastructure. So what I see is, I mean, when I analyze NSSO data, the 75th round, even while having a lower sum assured, just by virtue of diverting a lot of patients towards public hospitals via GFHI, Kerala government is creating actually a great impact in out-of-pocket expenditures, catastrophic expenditures, etc. So while I agree that it is the case, with the rest of the country, it may not really apply to Kerala. That's all.
Okay. Anybody else? Maybe I can take one more question and then. Anybody like to ask a question? Okay, I think I'll request Professor Chakravarti to respond to this, which may be very specific to a particular economic entity, but also to raise questions about if something is not true in one entity, then how in general way, in terms of functioning of principles, how do you take it?
Yeah.
I think relevant question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Naresh, for that comment and for that question, Dr. Cyril, right? Cyril
Yeah,
Phillips.
he works in the area of health economics. He's
Not,
our PhD.
not yet a doctor.
Okay, good.
He must be very close to it now.
Okay. So your point is very well taken. That it is not my comment on the health infrastructure and the health insurance. That is not related to Kerala model. That's welcome. I also studied, and I'm an economist from Kerala, so I understand that. But here, why the Kerala model is different? As you rightly pointed out, over the years we have given emphasis to the human capital formation by giving a significant role of government or the public spending on health and education. So that emphasis over the years on health and education that helped us to improve the system, and also the coexistence of the private sector and the public sector in Kerala, that is also very significant. And in addition to these two factors, the coexistence of different systems of medicine, that is also there in Kerala. So the Kerala health system, that is entirely different from the rest of the economy. That point is very well taken. And in Kerala, things are, maybe in my hypothesis, may not work in the context of Kerala, but, in the public expenditure benefit incidence analysis, when we looked into that, public benefit incidence analysis for students, I can tell you, it's like you look into the unit cost and the unit utilized, okay? So it's a product of unit cost and the unit utilized. And this public expenditure benefit incidence analysis is done to understand the distributional impact of a public spending or an incidence of a public spending across income quintiles, across geography, gender. You can add the categories. So in that study, of course, as Dr. Cyril pointed out, in many states, you may not get this elite capture, in terms of the middle income quintiles capturing a lot of the spending effectiveness, but in Bihar or in Uttar Pradesh, if you look into the benefit incidence analysis of the state governments, despite the state spending, despite everything, the poor, they access education and health in government hospitals or government schools only. So that presence of the government run hospitals or the government and schools, that is predominant in poor states. So whatever said and done, unless you strengthen the infrastructure in the health sector, in the public sector, the poor income quintiles, the poor income households are going to suffer. For them, the solution is not insurance, but providing good access to health infrastructure, health personals. So within the limited funds, within the limited fiscal space, if I am asked to take a decision, I may go for defining in strengthening the public infrastructure for the rural health sector, rather than designing what you call as insurance. So that's a way, that's a limited point I was trying to make. But your point is well taken in terms of, that this model is not applicable to Kerala. And the reasons why it is not applicable to Kerala also. And now, Kerala also doesn't believe in user charges, right? If you look into the non-tax revenue, we don't have a huge revenue coming from the non-tax or the user fees or anything from the health sector.
Right, right.
Not the way, that's not the way the health sector is financed also in our state. It's entirely a different model. So I hope that it's clarified, and I can understand that the principle of subsidiarity is very important here. It's not only the state governments have got a major role to play, especially in the time of pandemic, when we think about the health related outcomes or health related process. The third tier is also equally important partners to play in the in containing the pandemic or in terms of preparedness towards the pandemic. Cyril, you have some points more to add? Go ahead.
Yes, yes. The point I want to add was that just because Kerala government diverted a lot of money towards itself of the public funded insurance, what happened was it actually resulted in a lot of infrastructure upgradation in public hospitals. If you look at the capital outlay from 2008, that is the introduction of RSBY CHIS in Kerala, and if you compare the GFHI revenue component to public hospitals, you can see that if one were to assume that it's purely used for capital infrastructure, then it's acting as a double engine. It's acting as a twin engine for infrastructure upgradation. What then it would also imply is that given the fiscal position of the state, it may be very well justified if the Kerala government borrows money for funding GFHI revenue. Funding GFHI, because if you see the share of money that is being diverted to itself, it is almost 78%, and that's the share of the state government in the Ayushman Bharat scheme along with the center. So it means that Kerala government is rerouting its share of the cost of Ayushman Bharat to itself through public hospitals, also making it a transfer payment to households in between. So a transfer payment is being converted into a capital expenditure. So borrowings are justified. Even if you borrow, say 600 crores, that's the share, that's the latest share. It is justified because ultimately it results in a transfer payment and it gets converted into a capital expenditure. So you don't have to worry about, this being, a part of a welfare payment. It is very well justified even if you borrow for this purpose. That's all.
Very well taken, that point. That is very well taken. And I quickly add one more point is like the size of the government and the size of the health budget. These are also not related. Size of the government in the sense in some of the states, the size of government, how you proxy expenditure to GDP, that may be quite significant. But if you look into the health related spending, it may not be a significant decision. So it's not one-to-one that the size of the government and the size of your health budgets are correlated. No, and this is true in the context of cross-country analysis as well. That in many countries where the size of the government, that is expenditure to GDP ratio, and the health budget, health expenditure to GDP ratio, if you compare, it's not always like higher the size of the government, higher the health spending to GDP. It's not that. It's a priority of a government or a country regarding your health expenses. That decides. It's not the size of the government. So I thought that I will just add to that the wonderful points which was raised by Cyril.
Thank you. I'm sure Cyril will have many more things to discuss with you. And perhaps I'm sure you will also be happy to interact with him later on. So Cyril, you link to Lekhaji later on, and I'm sure that will result in very fruitful academic interaction. Anybody else would like to have any observations or questions? I think people are waiting for virtual tea. because that is what you're going to have at the end of this.
No, interestingly, since morning 9:30, we did not have any break. We're a marathon. No tea break, no lunch break. It was running the sessions continuously.
That was saying that at the end of the seminar, we are going to have virtual tea in our own places.
Yes.
And we'll bill it to Krishna Reddy. We'll all send bills to you.
Yes.
So now I will request, and let me first thank Lekhaji again very much for giving us such a rich fare in the valedictory. It is not just a formality of summing up valedictory. You have, I think, put a very intellectually exciting things. And as you picked up that the health was a small component of your talk, but there was sufficient to stimulate Cyril to take up the issue. Right. So I'm sure that there are many more such contestations. It means that talk is very, very successful. That's how I'll take it. And I'm sure that they'll get back to some of our scholars and other academicians. They'll get back to once we have, I think, digested the various issues that you have raised there. And I said that more importantly, because the dilemmas of public policy in this kind of difficult situation, what is right, what is not right, it has been a vigorous discussion post-pandemic and during pandemic all around. Criticism of government and some support of government, all kinds of things have been there. And that is how it should be. So with that, my gratitude to, these words of gratitude to Professor Chakravarti. I now request Krishna Reddy to propose a formal vote of thanks as we come to the end of this national seminar.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's a very great pleasure and honor to listen to Professor Lekha Chakravarti. As you know, Madam mentioned on the last, and you know, for the students' information, Madam is quite active on social media. Anytime you can ping and she's, responds to you, I'm sure for that. Maybe delayed because of our commitment and schedules, but I'm sure she will again recollect and get back to you at any point of time. Many of us, we got benefited, though she has left CDS the time when I joined, but our association still continued, and always, many of our CDS, the Delhi is one of home for us, is a Lekha Madam house. So Pinaki sir also is there, and both of us, both of them are really, kind enough us to encourage and motivate and support all whatever is possible to young scholars. Both of them are very well with the young scholars particularly. So that much you can assure, and you can interact with Madam after the lecture as well if you have some concerns. And Madam is also very popular speaker in the media, and she also writes extensively all in the national media as well. So you can see, even of course, not only national media, in Malayalam media also. So Malayalam also, you would see the budget time and all, along with our Professor Thomas Isaac, our Finance Minister of Kerala. She will also join actively, which happened to her Madam's Guru, Exert sir. So anyway, I think let me come back to my formal vote of thanks today. It's my pleasure and honor, and with a great sense of satisfaction for the 2 days the seminar went very well from the beginning. And this has happened because of, I can say, it's not to say formally, but otherwise also the freedom both the deans has given me. The School of Economics, Professor Ramnamurthy, and the DSW, Professor Nagaraj, both of them left me the program. They never, asked me I was only telling them, sir, this is what happening. They said, please, you go ahead and do that. So I'm very much thankful for that freedom and the confidence and believe in me to give the freedom to identify the speakers, schedule for the 2 days program. And interestingly, again, I would say, this was actually the previous DSW, Professor Nagarjuna, who was that time it was initiated this seminar. But yeah, afterwards, Professor Nagarjuna sir has taken the charge, and it's still with more motivation we have taken up, and this 2 days, I think, the fruitful exercise. So I thank the School of Economics Dean Professor Ramnamurthy and Dean Student Welfare Professor Nagaraj, and also instantly this fully financed by the DSW office. So apart from the academic support, that also the financial support, whatever the limited expenses, because it's an online mode, I'm sure we don't have much expenses, but whatever the limited expenses which we going to spend, the support. And this is as a part of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav celebrations. I think the DSW office also has received as a part of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. We are having this celebration as part of that. We conducted this seminar. So in that, I thank the Vice Chancellor for generous in encouraging and supporting. And also this hall, when we requested the VC conference hall, where we are sitting and communicating without any power and internet issues. So we thought this would be the right place. And the last 2 days, the Vice Chancellor office has been provided us with all the support. Particularly, Reddy is still here. I mean, holiday, all the staffs are, generally wanted to celebrate Holi. Even they sacrifice their Holi and they are here morning 8 to, I think, evening 7 to see that, we will not be any disturb. So I thank Vice Chancellor office for all the staff and also the Vice Chancellor for giving that, the support to organize this event. Of course, needless to say, the Registrar and the Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Saraju, who is always there to support and encourage us. And also would like to thank all my colleagues in the School of Economics for kindly helping me whenever I need some support. They are always there. Without even in the short notice, they were being engaged and came to help me in all phases. Particularly Professor Naresh Sharma sir and Professor Raja Sethurai, Dr. Sridevi and Dr. Patna for their direct involvement in the program to run smoothly. Of course, all my colleagues of the faculty members who also helped me. And also I thank the School of Economics staff, Adinarana Garu and Srinivas and other staff who also was kind enough to give all possible support whenever required during this. And DSW office also for all the support with the Balakrishna Garu and Varaprasad and other team of the DSW office was kind enough to help us in this. And last but not the least, the source of pillars, all my students who are here for more than I think all a month time we are working in the background. Namely, I would like to, because they have designed. We have not spent a single MP in designing the brochures or the preparation of the schedule. Everything has been done by the students, some of the PhD and the master students. So and they are more efficient. Even all this technical support along with our VC office, they are also equally been supporting us. So I'll start with Mohammed Shamim, who is the PhD scholar, who is also there. And again, Tofik, who is also here, is a PhD student. And Mr. Kaiko, who is also, they are all also presented papers. Interestingly, they are part of the program and managing, and still they are managed to present the papers. And Kaiko, as well as Gala Ramlu, who is also a presented paper and helping, and he is the man of technology, who is also works on the cryptos. So, all technical support was also giving for this support. And the Balraj, who is an MS student, who is also with his friends, the other team who also helped him to prepare this, the flyers, which we prepared, beautiful flyers, and technical support also along with Ramu, and Balraj was the one who is coordinated for a technical. So all these five, was a great support. I could not, I was only every day in the morning, I was, before calling them only, I was stepping out and asking what needs to be done. And they were guiding me, in fact, that, sir, this is what we need to do and go ahead. I'm very much glad and happy the kind of support which they have given and the commitment which they have shown for these 2 days particularly. Thank you for all the students, all MA students also as directly, indirectly as part. And again, needless to mention, the Holi was celebrated a very big way in the campus. The students after the COVID, it was like they are released from the jail and wanted to have a fun, want to go and do. They had a big celebration in the campus, but these guys are sacrificed And I was asking them if you want to go. They said, no, we don't play. I mean, this not smart way. They said, we don't play, so you don't worry. I said, no, you go. No, we don't play. So I mean, anyway, I really thank all the staff and the students and particularly the Department of Economics, School of Economics, my colleagues, and all the staffs and the university colleagues. So yeah, I think with that I conclude. And also, the ICSR chairman was also very busy today with a couple of meetings. But I said, sir, your presence is essential and you need to come. He said, okay, fine, Krishna, I will be there for you for 5 to 10 minutes, and please, you have to excuse me. I said, fine, but your presence is required. So he was kind enough to join. Of course, Professor Lekha, as I said, the madam also in the morning also she had another session. Yesterday also she was having. So she was also back to back the sessions. When I called madam, today we are having, yeah, Krishna, fine, let me do, and immediately has switched to this session. Thank you very much, madam, for, I mean, whenever I ask, I never say no. That's the madam. I have always confidence. I can ask madam anytime. So whatever the schedule, she will try to adjust and come. So that my confidence you again fulfill, madam. Thank you so much. And also the inaugural, I think Professor Banamurthy, who was also the chief guest of the program, was kind enough. Again, all of them are engaged in different meetings, but he has also come and delivered an address. And also the keynote speaker, Professor Ashwini Majan, was very interactive session, which was made very like our valedictory session. The keynote speaker was also the same, the dynamics which we had. I think many participants got benefited. And the guest of honors, Professor Venkatachalam, and the Professor Indrakant was also kind enough. Professor Indrakant even traveled all the way and has physically came here. So I thank all of them. And today's session chairs Professor Gauri Shankar from IIT Kharagpur and Dr. Chandrasekhar from NIT Pondicherry and Professor Nagaraju, Telangana University. They also chaired the technical session. So I thank all of them, and particularly the paper presenters. We have students, paper presenter from the BA students to the faculty to associate to even professors who are shared presented papers. So, and it has given enough scope for them. I hope this has helped them to get at least some idea to think and take forward the research issues in the last 2 days deliberations. Once again, the press and media also, which was covered, our university PRO and Professor Darla Venkateshwar Rao, who was also helping me to connect the media and Department of Telugu head, Professor Darla Venkateshwar Rao, and the university PRO, who is active in the publicizing the news of the seminar. So with that, I conclude and thank you one and all. See you again in one of the conferences soon in School of Economics. Thank you very much.
So we close the session now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Krishna. Bye.
Namaskar all.
Thank you, sir. Naresh, sir. Thank you very much. First, recording start.